Unfortunately, we kind of all get a little complacent, used to our Zoom or Google meetings online, cameras on, cameras off, etc. And it just seems too easy to not make the effort to get out in person and meet face to face. And I think the real value of this conference, I mean, hopefully you'll take some different things home from the speakers and myself maybe, but the real value, of course, is the networking of all of the like-minded people that are here today in the cattle industry, specifically mostly the cow-calf sector. And I hear all the time about different arrangements and sales, and whether it be bulls and replacement heifers, things like that happen through these meetings. So we're really happy to put them on, and I'm really pleased that everyone's made the effort to come out. Now, as we get into it a little bit more here, I've got a wireless mic that I'll pass around for some questions, but we don't want to get too far down into questions. I mean, I've for example, the agenda that you have is not that detailed for the morning. If you're logged into your HerdTrax site, I uploaded a new agenda on the homepage with more details. But I'll go through that with what I'm going to talk about today. And we won't get to everyone's questions and comments about things to be added, things to be changed, those kind of things. But we'll hopefully address most of them. And just a couple comments about the protocols here at the hotel. I mean, you've all obviously either had a negative COVID test or been vaccinated to get in here. They'd like us to keep our masks on or close to on out in the foyer, but in here we're all good without them. So before I move into a little bit of the talk, I do want to I've got and this isn't everyone by all means, but the primary supporters of this seminar listed on the screen up here, and it's really important that I comment on them. I mean, this hasn't just been a one-year thing. As you know, some of you have been coming to these things for more than 20 years with me, even back when HerdTrax was called Traceback, and I was running a veterinary company. So these same groups have been supporting this event for many, many years, and so it's greatly appreciated. None of this could happen without them, because there's a lot of work, there's a lot of cost, things like that are involved. So thanks to all of them. A lot of them have some different booths and pop-ups here. Some are speaking here today. You'll hopefully get a chance to meet and greet with all of them. Start with the elephant in the room. It's not just called HerdTrax anymore, okay? It's HerdTrax by TELUS Agriculture. And so yes, as of the end of September, HerdTrax was acquired by TELUS Agriculture. And, as we get into it and address it, it's sort of like, well, I think the big question is why? You had this really good program, this thriving program. It's growing organically really, really fast. We're happy with it. The feedback's really good on it. Life is really good. But, there's the old saying, be careful that you don't drown in your success. And, if a lot of you, especially the new clients that we sign up, because I would always, in the conference calls or whatever, we'd say, well, we'll do this, and you give us a call, and we'll look after it. And a lot of times the question would come up is, who's we? And we, for a large part, was just me and my core developer. And so you can see there's a ceiling that you can get to in a hurry with anything when you don't have a larger group or a larger support group. And one of the things I've been really shitty at my entire life, well, I'm shitty at a lot of things, but the one main thing is delegating. I've just been a terrible delegator. I've always tried. So for example, if the name tags aren't right, that's my fault, right? Because those are the kind of things that a person's doing. So So you get wondering, you're really happy with the status quo, but you just need to grow it and you need to move it, and you want to stay with it because you're excited about it. And so it just seemed like a perfect fit when TELUS Agriculture approached me and talked about, their goals and their visions and what they were doing. And Chris Terrace, who's the VP of Global Strategy, is going to be talking later this afternoon. And I'm here to tell you, don't be fearful of corporate agriculture. I think, we've attempted a lot of things with government support, government subsidies, different programs, and I'm not here to rain on those, but private industry is really what's always led the cattle business, and I think this is going to be no different in this case. So this is where we're at today. We've got 374 herds enrolled on HerdTrax. And if I took a snapshot of that 5 years ago, there'd be basically hardly anything in the US and nothing in Eastern Canada. And so all of that is grown organically, as I call it, which means we don't do any advertising, we don't do any promotion or marketing to date. And so people have found us on the website, or the most favorable thing for us is it's been word of mouth. They've talked to someone that uses it and they're reasonably happy with it, and so they recommend they come and talk to us. But for that to go any further, we really needed some support, and we're pretty excited about what TELUS Agriculture brings to the table. So, if you think of TELUS, it maybe at first, and it did with me too, it's like, well, what the heck is TELUS doing in agriculture? And Chris Terrace will expand on this a little bit more, but if you look at, they really are a huge telecom, technology company. And yeah, proud of it because they're Canadian. But TELUS Agriculture, they really do have a mission. They want the social challenge of feeding the world. But more importantly, it's through collaboration they really want to connect the flow of all the information. They recognize a little bit what we're trying to do with HerdTrax is we talk about it all the time, tracking from conception to carcass or conception to retailer, and we do it in a small scale and kind of a niche way. But if anyone's going to do this, it has to be someone or a company that's as large and has as many resources as TELUS. So we're extremely excited about this. What does it mean for everyone here today? Hopefully business better than usual. That's how I see it evolving. I'm not going anywhere, although this is my first job of not being the owner, and so I always reflect back when I had a construction job in my teens and I got fired after 3 days. But hopefully I hope I've learned from that. So again, just a nice little snapshot here of the current status of TELUS Agriculture with their different acquisitions. One of the big compelling things for me was, and there's a lot of them here, on the feedlot health management services were acquired, I think almost close to a year ago by TELUS Agriculture. I've worked, as you all know, very closely with the group there. I've had them at many of my meetings speaking and sharing their expertise and everything they've done. And so we've worked so closely together over the years. Of course, CCHMS and HerdTrax focusing on cow-calf, them focusing on feedlot. But then there's all those other pieces that you need to fill in. And it takes time. You just can't build this overnight. But to be able to get a full network in line of linking and tracking and telling the story of the food and the value of what we're doing, it goes without saying. That's what's essential. That's what the consumer wants. That's what they tell us they want. And it's about, at some point somebody's going to need to deliver on that, and hopefully it's going to be our group. But back to the task at hand with HerdTrax, our primary goal remains the same. I mean, ever since we started this thing, when I would be preg checking cows at a client's place and they'd say, Troy, we're sure getting a lot more open cows, I think. Well, I don't know. We haven't ever tracked anything. We write it down. Maybe we didn't write it down. We never had any baseline data to reflect on. And so if you don't have any data to reflect on, you can't make any decisions based on information. And so we're trying to create a bit of a systematic and objective approach to really just enabling all of you to make better decisions in your cattle herd. That's really what it's about. And so now, as we get more into the fold of the data side of things, this is kind of a plan where we have, not just HerdTrax data, we've got a carcass database, we've got retail information. The DHMS stands for Dairy Health Management. I mean, the dairy thing's a reality. You think, how does that tie to the beef thing? I don't know when the last time you've driven by a big feedlot, but there's just as many dairy cross cattle in these feedlots these days, dairy beef cross, however you want to look at it, as there is beef cattle. So there's still, beef or meat going into the food chain, and so that needs to be tracked and managed as well. The seed stock, of course, it's imperative. I mean, more than anything, they want to engage more with the commercial producer. They want to have a different relationship, a different dialogue about the genetics that they're building and providing, and the feedback that they can get, to help solidify, the information that they're working on. So that's my little introduction. Again, we're really excited about the future. I'm not going anywhere, and we're, if anything, I think it's going to get bigger. We're advertising for a new position right away. It's just been approved, and some of you in the room might be perfect candidates for it if you're not too busy raising families and at the same time running your own ranches. But there's a lot of you in this room I know that are what I call super users, and I credit most of you with making the program as good as it is today, because it's your feedback, your comments and suggestions that that we act upon. Honest to gosh, 90% of the time when we get a question or a comment on something, it's a good one, because we wouldn't implement it if I didn't think that it was going to be valuable for for the lion's share of the group. And anyways, it's keep it up. It's always been constructive. No one gets too grumpy with me, so it's been good. So this is the agenda that I want to follow now. We're going to get into just some specific things on the program, on the software. So we're going to start off with some of the changes and the updates that a lot of you might be aware of, and a lot of you, probably the most annoying thing is we make changes and I don't do a good enough job of telling you we made the changes. And of course it's annoying in itself sometimes for you, and I get that. That'll hopefully get better as we move into more resources. And then after we have a break, I've taken the last year and a half, and I want to address those specifically as to how to do things within the program. Okay. Is there any, before we start getting right into the program, a lot of you have your computers and your tablets and stuff with you, and if you want to follow along, test some of this stuff in your own accounts, because remember, a lot of this event things we can, we used to do I give everyone access to a demo account. Well, some of you guys thought you were pretty funny, and you put nasty comments and things like that on cows and cull codes and stuff like that. And so, sorry, we just can't do that again, because some of you just had too much fun with that. So now if you want to put, stupid ass bitch for a cull code, you can do it in your own account, which you might already have that in there. So let's, if you want to follow along, but otherwise I'm just going to start demoing some things. It may seem a little bit dry. I'm going to go through them fairly quick. This is all going to be taped and recorded. And at the very least, some of you may want to make a note on something that I showed. And like usual, we'll meet online through a Zoom or a Google Meet, and then we'll look into specifically addressing it and showing you it again. Okay. If anyone sees one of the, I'm assuming this is going to happen again. I don't know what they were thinking. They were planning for 100 high-end connections, and we probably have more than that here. But anyway, so fixed account settings. One of the things we talk about is people will say, well, I don't use this in my program. Can you hide it? Yeah, we're trying to do as much of that as possible. So when you log into your account, the stuff that you don't use, the stuff that you don't want to see, you can turn on and turn off. And for the longest time, you'd have to reach out to myself directly. But if you go into settings, oh boy.
If you try again and you click connect automatically, it should. If it kicks you out, it should.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be kicking me out. Right, because it's not even. Well, it's going to be a cheap hotel bill and an expensive bar bill. Sherry, Sherry, we need to find the IT people because our internet just keeps. Marcy? Yeah, it's not handling the connection. It just keeps cutting out.
Upped your bandwidth, so.
You up the bandwidth?
Yeah.
Okay, can you just hang out and make sure it's,
absolutely.
you bet, that'd be great. Okay, so if you go into up here in the top right, you go settings, fixed account settings. This is where you can go and turn on or turn off some of the fields that you want or you don't want to see in your program. And I think a lot of you are aware of it, some of you weren't. I mean, we do put out, those notifications on the homepage, but I did hear from someone say, well, I never ever read those things. So, fair enough. But as you can see, there's a lot of different fields that you can have. And that's the thing I wanted to point out again in the program is you can, we're going to go back to this. Just as a recap, if you look at the left side, I'd be really surprised if there is a category in any one of those, broad identifiers there that we don't have a field for. So it's just a matter of if there's something that you're missing that you want, it's just a matter of us being able to turn it on for you, okay? And so just, keep that in mind. And then that fixed account settings, it seems, you want more or you want less, that's where to customize it. And we'll continue to adapt and adjust to that over time. Because again, ultimately, as we collect all this data, I'll come back to this before I go into the details of some specifics in the program. We're trying to take all of this information, and we're not wanting to inundate you with too many, codes and numbers and things like that. We're really just wanting for you to take that information and help make a decision. And really it comes down to this one screen here. I'm not here advocating, live and die by the data 100%, but I'm also saying don't just go with your gut and your experience of 20 years and not use some other measurable approach to things. And then also be looking at those decisions that you make and as they evolve and decide are they, did they make sense or don't they? And I think all the time about in the cattle thing, because I've been a part of it my whole life, I always think back to, there's a movie called Moneyball. I don't know if you guys ever watched it, but it was really about the Oakland A's and how they started implementing analytics into the selection of how they pick baseball players for their team. And anyways, analytics is the catchword that we have in all industries now. But a part of that movie was, there's a scene where they're sitting around trying to figure out which ball players they're going to draft or they're going to hire, and the guys are sitting around, they're chewing snuff, spitting into their cups, and they're saying, well, we got to pick this guy. He's got a good square jaw. He looks like a stud when he walks into the room. He's just got that air about him, and if he hits the ball, it just flies off his bat. And then the question came from Billy Beane was, well, if he's so good, how come he never gets on base? They said, oh yeah, well, it's going to come. It's going to come. He's going to be there, but I guess my point being, those of you that have been to cattle shows, and I'm not here to rain on cattle shows, but if you listen to the judge's comments about, love the pear shape and the angle and how that carries the muscle down into the lower third of their body and blah, blah, blah. Don't get me wrong, phenotype and conformation are extremely important, but we lived in that world alone without much data for too long. And so, there's just no excuse for it today, as we're working with HerdTrax and other forms of collecting information, to not take that experience, that phenotype, and work it with the information, validate it over time, and then make all your decisions data informed. So anyways, back to the program. So fixed account settings, we're going to start firing through this stuff. Go in and change that. Here's the other thing, is when you have on your in your benchmarks, I've got a guy in the front row here that prides himself on having 80+% of his herd calve in the first cycle. And that's obviously really, really good. And the only way we can show that data-wise is to tabulate the date that they were supposed to start calving in your benchmarks versus the day they actually started calving, right? So when you kick the bulls out on June 21st, and that's for an April 1st start calving date, you're going to have calves come in March. You're going to have twins, you're going to have a couple, maybe an abortion or two, those kind of things. And that'll skew the data in the wrong way, right? So if you're looking at your benchmarks, and I'm bringing this up because I get these calls all the time saying, it says only a third of my herd calved in the first cycle. That's not right. This is where you go in and you can override and you say when the breeding start date was, and that's what the benchmarks will use, right? So just keep that in mind. And this is an overnight fix. Like if your benchmarks are off, you go back into the fixed account settings, you change your breeding start dates, overnight all that information will be updated. And your benchmarks will look much happier, and you'll be much happier with Troy the next day. Okay. The next thing I wanted to talk about is search grid filters and select field options. So one of the things everyone loves to do is go to this inventory snapshot where it tells you how many cows and calves and that are weaned, calves that are nursing, bulls that you have in inventory. And then it's really quick and easy to grab a list of those animals, and then from that list you can pick whatever fields that you want to look at instantly as you select them along. But one of the new things we added, because everyone uses Excel, everyone's comfortable with Excel, is these filters. So even though you have a list there, you can go along with these filters and you can search for, a little bit like Excel, for things that, don't have, have an RFID, all have an RFID, have a date range, have a keyword in it. And then you can narrow down that list, just like you can in Excel, and then you can do a lot of things subsequent to that list. You can export it and do some mass updates, and that's one of the things I'm going to talk about after lunch, or not after lunch, but after the break. But just know that when you go for any list of animals, you can filter them, and you can pick and choose which fields you want. And the fields that you get comfortable with are the ones that will continue to come up. Now, one of the comments, if you look here, I don't know how many there is here. There looks like there's about 100 fields there. We obviously can't show all of those at one time on the screen. And so that's the best we can do. We can add those for you to pick and choose how many you want and what your default will be. But just by the sheer number that we have on there tells you how many requests we get for having different fields and stuff on there. And I think we're close to a ceiling, but we'll see how that evolves. One of the other things that we have in the program is we just added here lately that when you're doing a preg checking event shoot side or you're doing a weight event shoot side, it was always like, well, how many opens have we had? Well, you can quickly go in and look and count from the list and things like that. But we have an in-event stat now, summary. So it'll either show if you're inside, I'm going to log into Huxley Albert's account and show you. But if you've got an event and you want to show the stats, and this is at any point within the event, you can open that up and it'll show, how many calves, what the gender was, min weight, max weight, average daily gain at that point, and how many in each weight group. Okay? No different on the repro side. When you're preg checking cows, you want a quick snapshot in the middle of your preg checking event that'll show how many pregnants, how many opens, how many pregnant culls, whatever other category you've used on the cows at that time. And we're going to try and do more of that so you have more value and ability to assess things as they're evolving shoot side, instead of traditionally waiting for the event to be done and holding your breath to say, oh, it wasn't as bad as I thought, those kind of things. Because again, it is a real-time program. The information and the quality of that needs to be more real-time as well. One of the other features that you may or may not be aware of, and you can hide it or show it, is what we call a shipping and receiving log. And I'm going to log back out of this into the test count. So this is really, I picked that up from a lot of the feedlots. They have these binders, they have these logs where a manifest number, cattle will come in and they buy some in or they ship some out. One of the things that happens in HerdTrax continually in all of your accounts, there's nobody that's immune to this, is we have inventory creep, where eventually you end up with way more cows in HerdTrax than you actually have walking around on the farm. And that's usually a result of you shipped some, you sold these, etc., and we haven't got artificial intelligence built into where it can read your mind yet. I know some of you would like that. But it doesn't know that you sold those cows or you sold those calves or they're gone now. And so sometimes it's just nice to quickly go in and do this log, and you just pick the date. You pick whether it was a shipping or a receiving. You can put the manifest. None of these fields are mandatory. If you bought it, you can put where the source was, the gender, and a bit of a comment. Sold 22 or a load of cull cows to Cargill on such and such a date. At least you then have that log to go back to and update the individual records in HerdTrax later on, instead of fumbling through a bunch of papers. And it's just really nice to have it digitized, right? So you can access it anywhere. And this little camera icon, every time you see the camera icon in the program, especially if you're using your phone, it just launches the camera and you take the picture and it embeds into whatever record you're in. So if you're in a cow record or you're in a movement event or a comment field, you take a picture. In this case, it might be the manifest that you just want a copy of to go with that file. So again, we're still going back to this creating one filing cabinet for everything that you do within your herd. So it's a go-to place for you to access that. So that shipping and receiving log is, For those that start it, they really, really like it. I think a lot of them have seen it there, not really sure what the value would be for them. I can't see where there'd be one herd that wouldn't make good use of that. The other option is this calendar. So we're not trying to make this your day timer. I mean, you've all got smartphones, you've all got, calendar controls, likely through Google or an iOS Apple thing. But sometimes it's really nice just for your cattle stuff to also add it in here. Anytime you do an event, a treatment, a preg event, a weight event, it will automatically default into this calendar as something that was done. So you can always just check in the calendar and see what was done, but you can also put your own little reminders in there, and that's where you can say, pick a date into the future, and you can send a little note where we go, something like that would be, you could put in there, and then you'll get a notification, when that comes up in an email, etc. So it's really nothing special here. It's just a calendar, and by default, everything you do within the program gets flagged in that as well. But sometimes it's just nice to look at a calendar view. And again, like most things, you can look at it by week, by month, by list, etc. What you've done within the program. And again, it's one of those things that, and I've followed this, people say, well, I wish I'd have known about it a while back, but anyways, so you make them aware of it, and then you see them using it a lot more. So that's what I'm trying to do here a little bit this morning, is make you aware of some of the new things, some of the changes that you may or may not be aware about. One of the things that that's next on my agenda is what I call a drug program verification. So again, with a program like HerdTrax, because it's web-based, everything's stored in one server, one location, there's a lot that we can do, in our overnight view of things. And so when I talk about a drug program verification or validation, I think, we'll think of something like SelectVac Gold. So Dr. Kostolansky is going to be first up after lunch, and he's going to talk about the Zoetis branded vaccine requirements for different programs. And you can look, there's lots of different value added that you can have for those. And it is what you make out of it, right? I mean, if you have a certain colored tag that says they're verified for this product and they go to market, I mean, there's a lot of claims that there's a lot of value to doing that. I think, as you can tell with the HerdTrax, we're a little bit beyond a producer affidavit saying they've had all their shots, all is good. We were expecting a little bit more detail because we can do that. So if I go in again into Albert's account, I'm going to pick 53 weaned heifers, and you're going to look here. I'm going to hide a couple columns here so we can see it a little easier. But we have this drug program classification. So two things to talk about here, and I think I maybe mentioned this last time. We have credentials that are built into the program. And so let me back up. Every antibiotic or product that's licensed for use, vaccines, anti-inflammatories, that's licensed for use in cattle, is in our data system. And if it's not, we get notified and we add it. So we control the products, we control the withdrawal dates and the doses and the routes of administration based on what's licensed for use in cattle. Your veterinarian, of course, can give you off-label recommendations, and those can be adapted. So when it comes to a credential, animals that are born into your herd default to natural, right? What I mean by natural is never ever. No antibiotics, no hormones. And as their life progresses within your herd, if you treat them with any antibiotic for any reason, they had a naval infection and they got a little bit of antibiotic, because of the classifications, the way we've set up the products in our database, that will change to GEP, right? So growth enhancement product free. So it doesn't have hormones, but it's been given an antibiotic. And if it's ever been given anything that's like an implant or a prostaglandin or something that constitutes as a hormone, that credential will change automatically as well. A lot of you are probably aware of it. It just happens automatically. You don't have to deal with it. But I do know a lot of you are selling your own beef and your own products privately, which I applaud all of you for doing it, especially, you know, during the pandemic and stuff. We need more of that. There's some really creative marketing approaches on websites and sales and deliveries. This is something that you can, you know, be part of the brand that you're selling or a value added. So the next classification that we have over there beside that is a drug program classification. And so what HerdTrax does to label it as, again, a Select Vac Gold, or to be fair, the BI program, which a lot of you have heard about, Express Verified, and there may be some others that we need to add that we're not totally up to date on, because we are product or company agnostic. You know, we really are. I mean, you're going to use what your veterinarians are recommending and stuff. But just to show you the power of this, I mean, the reason these animals got this flag, if I open up that animal's record, I just picked it. If I go into its animal history, and I'm drilling into its history. So I go into its actual treatments. You can look on December 13th. It got a Bovishield Gold IBR and a component shot, but back when it was weaned, it got Ultrabac 7 Somnibac and Bovishield Gold 1 shot. Okay, so that constitutes part of the Select Vac Gold criteria. But, you know, and there's different, and Bruce and I and Adam will work on making sure we've got them all up to date. But part of truly being a Select Vac Gold in some of these circumstances, the dam also needs to have been vaccinated with a Bovishield Gold FP. So let's go back then and look at that animal's pedigree. Here's the dam. Let's go into that dam's record. Let's go into her history, and let's go into her. I really do hope this is going to work the way I expected it to. But if I go back into the spring here, May 28th, 2021, she's probably had that numerous times, but she's had the Bovishield Gold FP5. So it's we build the algorithm in the back end to where overnight it'll go through your animal's records and it'll find which products it's had, and depending on how you want to flag a classification or a program, and it doesn't have to be Select Vac Gold, it doesn't have to be Express Verified, it could be some other program that's required for entry into a market, as an example. We can script that. Now that we've done the basic work on it, it's pretty easy to add something else to it. So there's some value to that, and again, I don't want to steal any of Bruce's thunder, but he's going to talk specifically about where he sees the value-added opportunities arise for more of that. I mean, I know it's never-ending, continuing to try to add value. And again, the cow-calf, it's on the back of the cow-calf producers continually. You're doing so much all the time or adding extra for sometimes no additional reward. But you know, I do think there's value in pursuing a bunch of these things. Next thing I want to talk about is breeding events. Yeah, so we move right from breeding and drug programs, we're moving into cattle breeding events. One of the new features that we added based on feedback is the AI and the embryo transfer breeding events are pretty straightforward. You pick an animal, you pick a straw semen or a bull or an embryo, and you put it in, and HerdTrax tracks when it should calve, and you know, puts the sire in if it calves to the right date, those kind of things. The next thing that we like to do, though, is we encourage everybody to do their pasture mating events, right? So you want, you know, lots of reasons. But for example, you preg check your whole herd, you got 300 cows, and you got 88% conception. Yeah, not horrible. Maybe it could be better. But if you're able to break that down into breeding group pastures as to, you got 95% across the board on 3 pastures, and 1 pasture, you're, at 78%. It'd be really nice to, again, to easily go back, and a lot of people remember this. I know Gail remembers everything, but not everyone's Gail, as to which bulls were in which group at what time. And so the group breeding is simply you grab a group of cows and you pick the start date or the day you put the bull out, and then you say you had 100 cows and you put 4 bulls out there. So you leave that event open. You don't put an end date on it until you actually pull the bull. That seems very straightforward. And then what ultimately happens when that calf is born in its pedigree tree, it'll show 4 potential sires. And you can click on that and say, well, unless the neighbor's bull got in, it's likely out of one of these 4 bulls. So that's really important to be able to do that. The next thing is a lot of you are engaged in doing the DNA for parentage. I call it the Who's Your Daddy program. It's one of my favorite parts of using, all the 500, SNP profiles on bulls and things like that. I think the biggest thing in the commercial side right now is just being able to determine which bulls sired which calves. And so when you send DNA into the lab to be tested for parentage, et cetera, it makes everyone's lives a lot easier if you can say, these are the 4 bulls that we're trying to match up against these 100 calves, instead of the traditional shotgun approach. This is every sire on the premises, including the ones we just bought, and here's all our calves. Not saying they can't do it, but it's sure a lot nicer to be able to sort through that. Now that's not really new, that group breeding event. What is new though is this happens all the time. You put 4 bulls out with 100 cows, and 3 weeks in, that bull breaks his penis or he hurts his leg or whatever, and you got to change the breeding group up, right? And so that bull gets pulled out, or you put another bull in, and the only way that, I'm always open to suggestions, but logically the way to follow it in HerdTrax is to close off the existing group breeding event, 100 cows, 4 bulls, and start a new one on that day with the new 4 bulls, and then carry that one forward. That actually is pretty simple, but prior to today, to recreate that event, it was a little bit onerous and time consuming, and I know all of you really well, that if it takes an extra few seconds, you won't do it. So we have a new duplicate event in the breeding option. So if you have an existing event, you'll see in the actions menu, you see Albert's up front here. We don't have any, I give Albert shit because he wasn't posting all his breeding events, and then I want to use one, now they're all posted. So good job, Albert. But anyways, so it's just really, really simple, even on your phone, to just close off that breeding event, start a new one, add in the new set of bulls, and carry that forward. And again, I think there's a lot of value. Again, you start having calves that are a little bit bigger than average. There's always a tendency to gravitate, I think it's this bull, I think it's that bull. Well, the best place to start is to eliminate it down to a group of sires or potential sires, and eliminate it that way. So that's a new part of the group breeding events. And again, as I go through these things, and you're making notes on them, or you can jog your memory by the agenda in the future, you can reach out to me and we'll go over them again. Okay, so back into the treatment mode here. We have a mass treatment option. And so, and you're all aware of that. You can grab a group of cows and you gave them all Ivomec. You grab a group of cows that you scanned through a scan list and you gave them all their scour vaccine. But one of the things that we have some of you that are so detailed oriented that on your calving records you want to take, you not only want to enter every calf, you want to do every code, you want to write a little bit of a novel about the dam, and then you want to add all the shots that you gave that calf. I think that's great, but if they're, sorry, but if they're, if they're all getting the same thing at birth, it might be easiest just to, I'm going to leave Albert's account for this for now. And I'm going to talk more about the mass eventing in a bit. But if I grabbed a group of calves, and this is after calving is done, but you want to acknowledge that everything got in force, everything got an AD, etc. I get that if you did a one-off and something got an anti-inflammatory or something got additional colostrum, though that needs to be a separate individual treatment for that animal. But one of the things that I just want to show you that's available, and you'll get it right away once I show it to you, is you can do a group treatment, but you can use the date of birth as the treatment date. So you can go back and take all of the calves that were just born, do a mass update of all the products that you're confident that you gave every calf at birth, and it'll use the date of birth as the treatment date for all of those calves. So that's just a nice quick way to do that. Again, I'm not trying to tell you not to do it at birth, but you know, there's that give and take, right? I mean, I look at, you know, we've got groups here from Echo San Ranching, right? They're calving 4,400 cows every spring. And those cows don't play well with people tagging and doing things with their new calves. So when Troy tells them, well, you know, make sure you enter this and do that and check this box, there's, you know, there's comments that come with that. This is the best way to approach that. And the same thing on the weaning side. So if you think about this again, you wean all your calves. Most important, if you're a seed stock herd, as an example, you're capturing weights. Number one thing for the seed stock person. I'm not saying the vaccines and everything that they're giving them aren't important, but they're most wanting to track the weights. So just track all the weights, and if they all got their Bovishield Gold, the Ultrabac 7 SOM, and their Solmectin or Ivamec, whatever it is you gave, go back and use that weight event, do a mass treatment, but have it just use the wean date as an update for that. So those are just two little side shortcuts that, you may or may not were aware of that. Okay, here's another new event. It's called the group count event. And I'm interested to see the feedback on this, because it came about because in a succession, I had 3 or 4 clients saying, do you have anywhere in the program where I can go out and drive through or walk through my group of animals and swipe them off? Sort of like, now I've never been on this app, but my kids have told me about it. Tinder, right? You swipe left if you like them, and you swipe right if you don't like them, right? Or maybe it's the other way around, Sherry. Which way is it? Oh, okay. So that was the request. Like, we got to do something. So then when I go through all the swiping, it's like, okay, these ones aren't here for some reason, where I'm driving through this pasture of cows. I thought, okay. I thought it was a little bit ridiculous, but then I had 2 or 3 request it. So this is how it's going to work. So you grab a group of animals. I'm just going to grab this group of 14. And what you're going to do is you're going to go into again, I'm going to come back to this update screen here in a little bit, but it's in the group event, you're going to see there's a new link here called group count. Okay? So you just take your pen, your feedlot pen, your pasture, because you've got your inventory really tight. That would be the only reason you'd use this. And you go into that particular event. Okay? So now I'm just going to show you what this would look like on the phone. If you were running them through the chute, right, it's going to remove the ones that you're scanning automatically. Or if you look it up by a visual tag, it'll remove them. Or if you just want to scroll down the list and delete them as you go, right? You just touch on the delete link. So you see what I'm doing? I'm just getting rid of all these ones that so I'm swiping left, or best I can do for that, right? And then if I go into my unposted events, I know what I forgot to do. I forgot to save it. That's my problem. Anyways, so you kind of get the gist. And then when you go into unposted events, you'll have a list of the ones that you found and the ones that weren't found. So again, I'm interested to see how many people, because we track it, we'll see how often you use it. And that's the other thing we do. We're not playing Big Brother on you, but we'll just see in the global stats what events are getting a lot of traffic and what events aren't. And so the ones that are getting a lot of traffic, we spend a lot more time on those, of course, managing or trying to manage those, appropriately. But I'm just going to kick a few of these.
Corey, what action did you take to get to that?
Just went into group events. I don't know if Vetton's here, but it's not saving that one, probably because it's the three, because I'm just using the delete button instead of the. Anyways, it was working yesterday. We just added this here not that long ago. I'll just do it.
Will that save in real time so like some people can be on their phones and do it since
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's a great question. Someone else could be using another event and someone could be just doing that on the phone as a tracker, like a counter kind of sort. Yeah. Keep in mind, you can both be logged in on the same account, doing the same thing at any time. I think a lot of you have learned that. I mean, one of the questions was, what if we got 10 people out in the field calving cows? Yeah, no problem. Of course, then it comes up, well, what if they calve the same cow twice? Well, the first one that calves it, it's going to take her off the list, right? So then the next person can't calve it. Then the question comes, well, what if it's right at the same time? Well, you know where that's going, right? So, okay, so that's the group count event. But yeah, and it'll show up in unposted, and then you'll have how many were there in that group and how many weren't there. So I think I do see merit to it, obviously, because we wouldn't have added it to the program. Okay, I'm going to quickly go through a couple of these others here, and then we're going to break, and we'll get the rest done right after the break. The QR code labels for meat sales. How many of you, did I show that the last time? I just can't remember. How many people have seen the QR code for meat labels? Okay, well, I'm going to show it again because not that many. So Robin or Gail, this is where we're using your account because you have such a pretty family. Okay, so what we wanted to do, because a lot of you were doing your own meat sales, doing your own marketing of such, selling it to friends, family, advertising a bit. I mean, it's fantastic. Love to just see that swell and grow. So we thought back to our credentials and back to our drug, whether it's a program classification or whatever information you want to put on it. I'm just going to go into this here. Yeah. I think you guys have done too good a job of posting everything. But anyways, I'm just going to pick this animal that maybe happened to be a meat animal that Hamiltons were going to sell. And one of the things you can do is this called Get QR. And we're all really familiar with what a QR code is now, if you didn't know before. But basically, it's this, and even if, you know, I'm going to go into it. But if you held your phone over top of that, you know, with your camera app on, just like it does with, you know, our COVID QR codes, it will trigger a lookup. And in this case, it shows, go back to, and we'll show the profile link. Yeah, so this is, oh no, it didn't show what I wanted there. But it shows a really, in Hamilton Farms situation, it shows a nice picture of the family and a little bit of information about their operation. I mean, this is just an example. You can put whatever you want on it. It actually shows, if you scroll down though, the RFID of the number and some other little information, whether it's natural, GEP free, etc. And that's just the start of it. I mean, at the beginning, I got carried away and we put too much information on the animal. And then the best quote that I got from someone that was a consumer, that friend that I was showing it to, and they says, I want to know that everything's been done right and confident that, you know, there's a good story to go with the product that I'm buying, but I don't need to meet my meat, right? And that's very telling, right? So less is more, right? So we don't need to show too much. But if you think of what you can do with these QR codes, I mean, those recipes and those spices and those butters and things like that you can add to the product could all be part of that QR code. So it's not just about telling the story that this is the animal, it was killed on such and such a date, and it's a AAA and it's a this and that. Some of us might want to see that. Most probably not. But I think just knowing that you can track it to that level is a differentiator, because honestly, we all know not many people can or validate it or substantiate it to that level. So that's what that QR code is. If you pick any animal in your profile view, and you can do it on your own, you click that Get QR, that's available. And what we've done, you can go to Staples, you buy one of those little brother label printers. It's a thermal printer, it's not an ink printer. And you can connect that and you can print these labels and you stick them on your packages. And again, it's just at the start of it, right? Let's just, you know, the sky's the limit once you start doing that stuff, and it's just some value added there. Okay. One last quick thing is the new bill of sale. So one thing we want to encourage people to do, that when you do a sale on any of your animals, we want you to go into the shipping receiving log, and we want you to update what's happened there. We do want you to do a sale event in HerdTrax, so HerdTrax knows that animal was on your premises to such and such a date, then was sold to XYZ. But again, it's always about value added, right? I mean, so if we have a really nice bill of sale that you can print to go with that animal or group of animals, that you're maybe more compelled to use that event. And then that's our thinking with some of this stuff. It was no different than, we want you to put the sire info in and the breeding info prior to calving. Well, why would we do that? It's kind of boring. Well, HerdTrax will tell you if it calves plus or minus 14 days to the expected gestation, it will actually tell you that was the sire. Yeah, there's value to that. So you can see how, we kind of drag some of you kicking and screaming into doing some of this stuff because we're going to give you a carrot out the other end with it. Same thing with the bill of sale. So you have bill of sales where you can put in the settings, and back to the QR code, where you add your family picture, or you add your farm picture, or you add a little bit of an expose about what you're all about, what your meat products are about. That's where you would do that. You go into, well, actually, I'll go back into Rob and Gail's account. I should put your new family picture in, because you've got all these new grandkids and stuff now, which are pretty awesome. Yeah, that picture would be much bigger now, wouldn't it? But this is an example of where you go into your settings, you can put your own picture in there, and you can use that as the bill of sale header, or you can set it as your profile. Your profile default is for the QR code, and you put a little bit of a blurb in there, and that's what will show up, or whatever it is you want to show up. So it's all there for you to use, take advantage of. And again, a lot of you have already been doing that. For those of you that weren't quite aware of that, I apologize not making you aware of it sooner. Okay, let's stop there, and we're going to take 20 minutes for a break, go get some coffee, there's some pastry, get some sugar, and then we'll come back, and I'll finish off some of this stuff with not only the new stuff, but just revisiting some of the things that you have had troubles with, and hopefully bring some clarity to that. Okay, thanks. Codes. And what I mean by phenotype codes, like in the Angus Association, I mean, they're doing an excellent job of wanting to track claw set, hoof angle, and then of course the teat and udder scores, things like that. And so they're submitting that, they're building EPDs off of that. But whether you're an Angus producer or not, you can go into your settings, you go into calvings and phenotype codes, and you need to add your own codes. So even if they are an Angus list of codes 1 to 10 or whatever it may be for claw, heel depth, or hoof angle, etc., you just need to go put those in there, and they become codes. Because we can't hard code or blanket those things, because different breeds use different codes. As you know, we've got an international, down in the US, there's lots of different codes. And some people just want their own codes for identifying their own udder types and so forth. So again, you add those. Now, they're not always present in your calving screen and other screens, so that's where you, back at the start, remember I talked about fixed account settings, you can go in and turn those on, turn them off. If you're not using these codes, I'm sure you don't want to see a field when you're entering a calving record there. That's all I wanted to say about that. So the other thing I wanted to talk about was this purebred data link. So for the seed stock producers, if you've got and I'm using Rob and Gail's herd here, and I'm just picking a random animal, but in your animal's profile, you'll see this. And this needs to be uploaded, but Codgel and the group at the Canadian Angus, and actually Barb at the Canadian Simmental, they give us files that link to the animal's tattoo or the registration number that gives us a link to that animal's purebred record on the web. See, originally we thought, well, we'll try and update the EPDs in HerdTrax and keep pace with those EPDs and import them back and forth from the associations. And as you know, the big push now with genomic data being applied and assigned and updated, in some cases they're getting EPD updates every week. So it made more sense to let's let the seed stock associations deal with their EPD stuff. So then when you want to go in, you look up an animal on HerdTrax, but you want to check that animal out on the Canadian Angus site, you just select that pedigree link, and that takes you to their site, that animal's record, and that info. And on a different tab, I might add as well, right? So I think that's been a very popular feature, and we're going to try and enhance that. If you have seed stock cattle and that's not active in your account, then we just need that file from your respective association to import and update within your account. Then, lastly, the one thing I wanted to finish off on was this feature that, again, some of you are aware of. We call it the Alliance, or I called it the Alliance Sires. And it's really an AI bull program. And where this came about, and I'm just going to pick this bull randomly, but there's an AI bull called SAV Traveler, an Angus bull. And the reason I bring him up, because, even he's an old bull, I'm sure he's not even alive anymore, but he's a long time used AI bull. There was many, many accounts that were all using Traveler. But the thing was, back to my connectedness mindset of wanting to kind of link everything, the Traveler calves on herd X and the Traveler calves at herd Y, there's no sharing of that information as to how those calves were doing. And remember, it's a permission thing. Not everyone wants to share how their calves out of an AI bull are doing. But there is a large community, which is the majority, I would say, in our group, that would like to share and know more about that information. So anyways, long story short, we created this Alliance Sires, which is to try and get it down to where we have one SAV Traveler in the data system for everyone to pick from, okay? And so as in return, if you go to look in the profile of that AI bull, it's not going to show, Farm X has 20 calves out of this bull. We keep that private, but it will show that there's 20 calves or 100 calves out of that bull, and it may be from 5 different farms. But the birth weights will be there if they're present, the weaning weights, the 205s, and maybe ultimately any carcass data. And that's not just that's just not automatic. Like a lot of you probably don't even have Alliance Sires that shows up on your left menu like it is here. And then some of you will be grumpy and want to have that and wonder why it wasn't activated. But remember, it's a permission thing. We're not, anyone that enrolls on the Alliance Sire program is giving up the right to allow the progeny that's linked to that bull, that AI sire, to be shared, the performance data, health data, those kind of things within the national system or the global system. And so now you'll notice that if you go to add a new sire, you can either add it locally or you can add it globally. And local will be for, you just want it for yourself, right? You don't want to share it, but if you're okay putting it out there for someone else to use, that's fine. And then you always want to check to make sure that that global sire is not already present. Our challenge today is because when we launch this, it's kind of after the fact, there's a lot of this duplication already, as the case in point of that SAV Traveler. We've got a lot of them that we need to try and merge. But my lead developer, Vetten, is confident that we can do that. So we're working on accumulating that, so you will just see one AI bull for each group. So that's what that's about. And again, as a demo on that, I wanted to just show you, we started this program, and again, it just happened to be with Rob and Gail, where we wanted to try a little bit analogous to what the dairy does, is to get some semen available on a young, unproven sire that, potentially based on the pedigree and other things has some promise that the commercial producer can try, okay? So there's a bull, and if you're involved in any of the Angus circles you've heard of, but the Hamilton bull, Alcatraz 60F. So when he was an up-and-comer, and even before he sold, we approached Rob and Gail about offering semen for commercial price to commercial producers to use within their herds. Well, needless to say, it was immensely successful. We had a lot of people take us up on that. So here's this bull when he was younger, And if you look at the progeny we have 524 progeny linked in the program that everyone that was using that bull has access to looking at. That's pretty powerful stuff, right? I mean, I don't care what genomic test you have, there's nothing that's going to replicate the accuracy of having 524 progeny with measured birth weights, et cetera. So again, if I wanted to expand them all, I can do that. There they all are. And here's the cool thing. You get the exact gestation length on that, and you get the birth weight, you get actual weaning weights. We had a bunch of the Alcatraz sons and daughters go on the Grow Safe program at Old through some different trial work. And so we got dry matter to gain and RFI data on them. And then we had a lot of those cattle go through and get carcass data. So again, this is the power of sharing and transferring of this information. And you know, we just hope to grow that. Again, it's not for everybody. And some of you aren't using AI, things like that. Although it is getting more popular because of the OVSync, where, you know, even if you don't know how to AI, you can do a time program on your heifers or your first calvers, bring in a technician in, and accelerate some of those genetic potential with some of that, some sires or young sires, et cetera. So if anyone saw that and wondered what it was about, that's kind of what we're moving towards is having a global sire database for all breeds. You know, I'm profiling Angus here, but for all the breeds, for anyone that's accessing that. So I encourage you that if you do want to be a part of that, and you have a new AI bull that you're using, it's a speckled park bull from Didsbury that you're starting to use, check to see if it's in the global, and if it's not, or you want to take part in it, add it to the global in case someone else is using that particular bull. Okay, so that's kind of the new stuff. Now what I wanted to move into before lunch here was the feedback and the comments that we get that, you know, are very common. And so I thought some of these things I need to address. And the number one thing we get, because this isn't like Snapchat where you're in it every day, right, is, Troy, I forgot my password. How do I log in, right? So we've tried to create it that as long as you can remember your username. Now mine isn't a great one here because mine's my Drake T, but unless there's a whole bunch of B. Smiths, I know we got Brad in here, and we end up with some usernames where we can't duplicate them. But for 99% of you, your username is your first initial last name. So you need to remember that. And so if you forgot your password, you just click on this, on the login screen, you put your username and you click recover, and it'll email you the setup. The days of us storing and keeping your passwords are gone, right? From a security and privacy standpoint. I mean, it used to be, it's like, oh yeah, it's Jezebel 234, right? I mean, whatever that would be, I'd tell you that, and I'm not sure you wanted me to know that even, right? Because your wife's name isn't Jezebel or something like that, right? Yeah, so it's, we're trying to encrypt things. That's the other thing I'll add with TELUS. As I talked at the beginning, we were very private and secure and confident in how we were handling your data before. Well, it's going to a whole new level now. And again, I know some of the comments are, well, it's just cattle data, but you know what? Data's big, right? I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's cattle data because it is linked to an address, it is linked to a name. I know we're not keeping banking info and those kind of things, but still, privacy and security is a big deal. And just back to what I alluded to earlier, the TELUS agriculture, component is going to just enhance that and make that much better. So if you forgot your login, that's how you get back in on it. The next thing that we run into a lot of is, because you guys use the offline component a lot, and what I mean by that is, thank goodness for that, by the way, because to go out with your scanner live, in the foothills or in a metal barn or somewhere and try to preg check 100 cows an hour or weigh 100 calves an hour, live, even if you have great internet, there's always a little bit of a hiccup and a glitch. So being able to switch it to offline mode has been really a game changer for us. But it still comes with its issues. I know people kind of hold their breath a little bit because they go to sync and it's like only 50 records sync and I did 200 records. And so we're working through that. The thing to remember is 100% of the time we've always been able to recover your data. Like it's stored, it's just it got imported with an error. And the error would be you scan the RFID into the weight field and you didn't scan it into the search field, or someone got anxious and scanned before the next record was released. Little things like that. So we're building those constraints. Obviously, we shouldn't allow a 15-digit number in the weight field. But there's other little things like that that occur that create the errors, but you just notify us, and I think we've been really good and prompt at resolving that, and the data's always there, and we're always able to recover it. But I know it creates some angst. And I know some of you, you finish and you're just really anxious to sync it. And so you got one bar of service and you're still in the valley and you're trying to sync, and I know some of you aren't the most patient, and so if you sync and it doesn't happen within 2 seconds, and you sync again and you sync, and then I get the call that we duplicated or we triplicated a bunch of your records, which again is not a big deal, but I get it. I know when I touch on something, I want it to be as immediate as possible. But just rest assured, we're continuing to work on the offline to speed it up. For those of you that used it in the early stages, it is superior now, right? Like we can switch EchoSan, Doug Price's account, to offline mode to preg check cows, with a history and an inventory of over 100,000 records, and we can do that in 3-4 seconds, right? We can put it all on your device, capture the data, and we can sync it all back in a couple seconds as well. So the offline's really been a big deal for us. And it's afforded us the ability to not have to download an app from Google Play or iTunes every time you want to use the program. People will ask, does HerdTrax have an app? No, we're not an app. It's a live program. You can create an app on the fly, and that's what the offline mode is, and then you can sync it, and then the app's gone. And that's the best way to handle it. Vettans here, we literally make multiple changes a day, every day of the week to this program. If we had an app for you to download, I'd have a mutiny. None of you would use it, right? Because if we were asking you to download a new version every single time you use the program. Okay, next one. My RFID reader will not connect. If I had a nickel for every time I had that call. And the other thing I hear when someone's asking me that question? I hear all the cows and calves bellowing in the background. And you hear the wind blowing, and it's like, oh. So we have tried our hardest to be tech neutral, tech agnostic, right? I mean, most readers will work with the system, but the thing that frustrates me, and this is where I'm becoming less tech agnostic, is like, while this reader won't work with HerdTrax. Well, it has nothing to do with HerdTrax, right? If your reader will connect to your device and you can scan into a cursor location, I don't care if it's a Google search box or it's an Excel spreadsheet, it will work perfectly with HerdTrax. But we seem to be guilty by association sometimes. So up until recently, all of the readers required, and I think a lot of you were frustrated. If you bought the reader and the scale head and the combo, and I'm not going to use any brand names, it's a beautiful system, right? I mean, it's hard to beat. You turn it on, the blue lights come on, and you scan, and the weight comes in. It's beautiful. But, it has its limitations. Otherwise, we wouldn't have, 150 people that have those systems coming to us to use HerdTrax. But most of those readers also require a third-party wedge software program. And a lot of you are familiar with that. We created the program called HerdTrax Connect. We spent the money to build this wedge, so once your wand has a Bluetooth, it connects to this keyboard wedge, and it'll allow that number to go into whatever application you're using. Well, if it sounds like I'm campaigning for this reader, I am. Allflex, is, of course, a sponsor and supporter, but they got this newer reader out. It was an Agrident reader. Allflex took it over. It's an AWR 300 stick reader. A lot of you already own it. The biggest reason I like this reader is it connects with the iPhone, it connects with the Android devices, it connects with your PCs, and it connects natively with all your Bluetooth, and it doesn't require any third-party intervention. It just links and scans into the field that you want. So for a lot of you, that's disheartening because you've already invested, you've already spent money on these other readers, and if the wedges that you're using, the little Bluetooth dongles that you've bought, we've sold hundreds of, and that's all still working. Don't abandon that. But if you're looking to go somewhere new, and it's a no-brainer because it's the cheapest reader on the market as well, right? Now, again, it's a stick reader, but it is helpful, to be able to scan, have that animal pop up on the screen, add the weight, add the repro diagnosis, et cetera. So that's my shtick on that. I know I'm still going to get calls. It's just I don't know that much about the hardware. I've never been a hardware kind of person. I'm almost tech inept when it comes to something like that. But we'll always try and help you through that. But just keep that in mind on the RFID readers, and maybe test it the night before or an hour before you bring the cows in, before you reach out to us, because patients run a little thin, of course. Another thing I wanted to comment on is that a lot of you are tracking movements, management groups, locations, and you'll do the movement and you'll go to My Herd, because this is what you do, is you check the inventory and you'll say, oh, I just did a movement and it's not showing up like that they're moved. It's like I did the movement. Unfortunately, sometimes things will get, we call it a cache, or however you want to refer to it. But you just need, at the bottom of this thing, there's a little refresh data. Just click that, and I promise you, all those changes that you did will go into the right place. I think 85-90% of the time when you make the movements and to a location or a group change, they will move, and I think that's what leads you into a false sense of security, that they've been moving and showing up like they've moved, and then all of a sudden they didn't. But again, each device is different. Some computers have different cache and storage, so sometimes you have to force a refresh for that to show up. So don't panic. Don't try and redo it 2 or 3 times. It'll be there for you. Now, the next question that we commonly get is there's a fear of posting your events, because it's like I think everyone is thinking it's going to vaporize and it's gone and you're never going to retrieve it again. And so and then there's also the camp that say, well, why do we even have this posting? Why don't you just have us, when we're done the weights, click save? Why do we have to post it? Well, I think the majority of you that have used it for over time get why we have the posting. It's a proof and validation system, and like I alluded to earlier, maybe you've done all your weights, and that's in an event. They're all there nice and tidy. You can look them over, make sure you don't have a 2,000-pound weaned calf entered, which sometimes you do. And so but then you can also grab that group and you can do a movement to a new pen. You can mass, like I pointed out earlier, allocate all the vaccines. mass change some things, mass update the weaning because you forgot to do that checkbox. So there's lots of things you can do with unposted events. And so that's the whole reason we have the posting. But don't let your posting get to where, it's October 2020, you still have an outstanding health event. Because the one problem with an unposted event is it can be deleted. And the pros to being able to delete events is you can test and try any event in your program. So for all new users, do a test treatment event, do a test weight event, do a test preg check event. And then the unposted screen, just delete them. It's like it never happened. But the downside is you got all your calf weaning weights there and they're unposted and somebody goes and deletes them, that creates some angst. Now I'm here to tell you that's okay. We can always do a rollback and we can always retrieve it even though someone accidentally deleted it. But you'll notice when you go to delete something in there, it always prompts you, are you sure you want to delete? Right? So, but regardless, what I'm here to tell you is post the events, because once they're posted, you can still always go to event history, search event summary, and you can pick whatever it is that you've done. I'll just go back over a period of time here. And you can say, okay, we did 87 treatments on June 15th. And if I want to see the details on that, I can look at those details. And every event has a batch ID, right? So even though you got 20 different events that were done, within a week's time, you can search for that one particular batch. And you can, once you filter for that batch, then you can take that list of animals and move it into your MyHerd grid. You can still do an update to that. You can still do a group treatment event. So I guess what I'm trying to say is if you've already done all your weight events and posted them, it's like, geez, it sure would have been nice I should have added all the vaccines. Don't sweat it. It's always there. Nothing is ever deleted in HerdTrax. Like, as you know, we don't even allow you to delete an animal, much to your chagrin of, I added this cow and I shouldn't have. Well, I want to delete it. Well, we can delete it, but we almost force it so you either have to do a sale, call it an inventory adjustment, inventory cleanup, so we have a full audit of the animals. And that's by design, and we're not changing that, right? I mean, I'd rather have a whole bunch of extra data that you don't think is important tucked away somewhere. Like again, we talked about having a nickel for anything. If I had a nickel for every cow and calf I brought back to life, right, in the program, right? Well, she was supposedly dead, drowned in slough, and yeah, she's pregnant right now, right? So happens all the time, right? So there's a lot of value to not deleting, and I think a lot of you have peace and solace just for me telling you, post your stuff. Don't worry if you posted it too early. You can always go and grab and find it, and we're going to be here for you to support that. I was mentioning out at the intermission that part of the plan, and not just one new hire with HerdTrax, but as the program grows, we want to bring on what I call herd success managers, which will be people that will get, for example, assigned to 50 herds, right? And their role is to be proactive with those herds and make sure that they're getting the reporting, they're getting the value, they need assistance with data entry. We're not going to pester you or annoy you, but just to be someone there to help you. Because in the early days, I'd argued that we could give this program away to people and it would never ever get used, right? The value is in the support and the interaction of you being engaged with it and seizing the value that's available for you there. Yes, adding new animals, not through a calving event. So we get quite a few emails from CCIA, because as you know, for those of you that want everything automated, and your CCIA, the age verifications, move outs, move ins, tag transfers, tag retirements, HerdTrax will do all of that. But there's some caveats to some things that we have to look into. And the biggest issue we get is HerdTrax is trying to do something with CCIA, and the tags don't belong to you. And the biggest reason for that is you've bought in some animals, you bought in some feeder cattle, you've added some new animals, and you've put the source as your home farm, right? So then HerdTrax logically is treating them like home-raised calves maybe, and they're maybe actually even trying to age verify those calves, where those calves were bought in, they came from a different source. So number one thing, if you're doing calving records, the source automatically defaults to your farm, which it should. But if you're importing or adding new animals that you bought in from somewhere else, sometimes they'll say, well, I don't know what the source was. We bought them from the Innisfail auction market. Put Innisfail. Just don't put XYZ farm, which is the home account. And that will solve 90% of our CCIA error comeback issues that you get an email and then you forward the email to us and we address that. And what all we do is we simply go back into your account and we do a mass update of the source to whatever you wanted to do on that group of animals. Okay, so now, I think we're going to have enough time here. Mass updates, mass treatments, mass movements, mass sales, record changes. One of the things, like you'll see here, everywhere you'll see in actions, you can update records or create group event. But here's the thing. Both of these links take you to the same screen, right? I clicked create group event, so it took me to this group event link. If I go back and I click update records, it took me up to details. But if you look, this is the mass animal update screen. All we're trying to do is guide you to a more specific area for the task that you're wanting to do. Otherwise, it's all the same screen when you're doing a mass record update. So details would be you change the tag color. You want to mass update the cavities because you didn't put it in. You want to put an alert on a group of animals. You got a bunch of blank date of births and you need to put something in there, pulled, different things. Animal status are things like the most common one is weaning. Weaning got missed and all the calves are showing up in the non-wean category. That's okay. Just grab that group, pick the event date, do a mass update of the weaning date. Another common issue is weaned heifer calves that didn't get transferred into cow status, and it's calving time, they're not showing up on the calving list, so we need to move those calves into cow status. I don't want to get bogged down and confuse you with the details. It's just this mass update screen, whether you're doing a mass movement, mass treatment, mass, a group breeding event, group sale, anything you're doing with a group will take you to this screen. It'll take you to different parts of the screen. So what I even find myself doing, and again, I'm open to feedback as some of the labels that could be more intuitive, et cetera, because we get so close to it, we miss, some of the things that could be simplified. But I'll just click mass updates all the time, or I'll pick group treatment all the time because I know it's bringing me to this screen, and then I go to wherever component of that screen that I need to go to. And you can always access this from any unposted event, any posted event, or any search in your grid of your inventory. So I think, and again, don't be shy to test it. Try an event, save it, but just delete it like it never happened. And it's probably the simplest way for you to learn it is to do it, within your own account and try it that way. Okay, now, the last thing, and I talked about, making a decision, taking all the information that we have and making a decision. Ultimately, what we're doing 99% of the time with our cattle is we're sorting them, right? We're doing weight sorts, we're doing breeding sorts, we're doing, culls, opens. I mean, we're always sorting. And so we get asked a lot, what event should I use, or what's the best way for us to sort our cattle? And there's, probably what's confusing more than anything in HerdTrax, we have multiple ways for you to achieve that. And it's no different than, going into your phone and getting to your contact list or your recent emails. Lots of different ways to get to the same point. And that's how we feel it is in HerdTrax, because everyone has a preference. But the two ways that we were really high on is creating an alert code or a sort code on an animal in your herd. And most of you are pretty good at this. I'll just pick in this test account, but here's 23 cows we got flagged to cull for a bad udder. So, and again, remember, your alert codes are things that you define in your account, and so are your sort codes you would define in your account. So I've got Pink 8C. So let's just say we're going to do a preg check on Pink 8C. And so she comes up on the screen. And right at the top of the screen, there's an alert. So that's a way to help you sort, right? Traditionally, because I grew up with it, rummaging through the calving book, I'm sure I had her flagged for being a whatever type of thing. Just got to go in. You can do it through the calving record, which is probably I think the most opportune time to put a flag or an alert on an animal if it's a negative alert. Alerts can be positive, like it needs DNA, right? Purebred people, oh, this is an animal that needs DNA. But regardless, the alert codes, or another thing that we call is the sort code, and they're basically the same, they just have different names. So it's called light steer. So if we were weighing this animal and we brought it up on the screen, it would show at the top of the screen saying light steer. So you can actually have an alert and a sort code, right? Because you may have a cow that's flagged to be culled, but she's also sorted because she needs DNA, right? She's a purebred cow, you're going to get rid of her, so there's multiple things you can do there. And the best thing to do is before preg checking, or again, if you're really ahead of the game, right at calving time, flag those animals for whatever reason. Now, further to the sort codes, you have the option to create a trigger. And what I mean by that is the sort will happen based on the parameters that occur at the time of the event. So if hypothetically, you're weighing a bunch of heifer calves in the fall. You haven't made up your mind what you want for replacements yet. You're going to set up the criteria, and you want to make this trigger active, and you're going to put a minimum weight. They got to be at least 450 pounds. You put a max of 1,000, but maybe you don't want them any heavier than 750. They need to be born in a certain time frame in your dates. They need to be of a certain age of the dam. They need to be a certain color. That was one of the first things we put in there. Nobody's not going to keep grays and yellows. We're just going to keep blacks and reds. Whatever. Of course, it's got to be a heifer. It can't be a twin mixed or a free martin, right? Although people might disagree with me on that, but they might have to be out of an unassist. It can't be of an assist. Has to have a minimum average daily gain. Maybe it has to have a minimum birth weight, etc. You can put all of these triggers or none in there. And then when you're in the weight event and you touch on and you enter the weight of that animal, it'll go through all of those criteria and instantly put the sort code up. Yes, this is what you get. This is what replacement prospect or feeder is a good example. That'll all happen instantly for that particular animal. And lots of people are using that. Most of the time it's for weight sorting on feedlot cattle into different management groups, and replacement heifer selection is the most popular way to use that. So you can use that in your weight event, your health event, those sort triggers work. But the other option that we've added is, and I'll just do a pretend weight event here, you're going to see we have these boxes, and you've probably seen those. It's called Code 1, Code 2. That's just meant because not everyone's that organized or has everything in place. It's like, okay, let's just go weigh the calves. Okay, fair enough. But we want to sort, and you're doing the mental math, or you're looking at the scale ahead and you're doing the math, and you've got to, all this is doing then is just giving you a quick on-the-fly sort of blank. One might be pen 1, or that might be pen 2, or it might be left, right, whatever. So for example, if I just save this record, and you'll see in the grid underneath, you'll see on the codes here where it just creates a little bit of a filter on the fly. I mean, you could take the time if you're moving them to different pens, go into the details, and update the location. But hey, I've worked with you, and I had a dad that was no different than most of you. It's like go, 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 right? And so we've just tried to add some of these things into where you can just not lose that. You're not having to type a comment, and you're not going to get yelled at, right, for holding things up. Because the last thing we ever want to be with a software program shoot side is we never want to be the rate limiting step. And so we're continually trying to allow you to get all the information that's possible, but not slow the process down. So this code blank, code 1, code 2, that can happen in the wait event. And then, of course, as you're aware in the scan list, this is literally you just find an animal and you can create the list, or you're going into alert mode where it'll hold it up on the screen for you for a little bit. And you can pick code 1, code 2 based off that animal and click save. So you don't have to weigh it. You don't have to do anything with it. You're just running them through and doing a sort. And so we would recommend the scan list and use your codes 1 or 2. But having said that, if you had an alert assigned or a sort code assigned, it would still show up at the top of the screen regardless. Lots of ways to do sorts. You're probably not going to remember most of them other than, and you maybe reach out to me, how can we, this is what we'd like to do, which event would you like us to use to do that? Because again, the nice thing about doing it real time on your phone or with a laptop and a reader, you've handled it one time, right? The data's there, it's stored, it's in the system, and you can do lots of things with it afterwards. Okay, so that's the most common questions. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more, and I'm around for the day, and we'll talk more about that. I intentionally have not talked about calving, the calving screen, and I haven't talked about feeding, which are big deals, but they deserve their own system. And most of you have caught on pretty good to the calving, but I think for everyone that's involved, well, case in point, I'm still getting lots of calls about my calving list isn't updated, and we need to change that. But as of tomorrow, it'll be updated. December 15th is the date that I picked to update everyone's calving lists. And the reason I did that, not to rationalize or give excuses, but a lot of people don't get their breeding events caught up until like the day before calving or sometimes after calving started. And what happens in HerdTrax is we're trying to automate some things, because we get that all the time. Well, if you did this, why does it not change the status automatically? Well, in the repro side, that's what we've done. If you breed an animal, it changes a repro status to breeding. If you preg check an animal and it's successful, it'll change a repro status to pregnant. Once she's calved and a calving record's done, her calving record is gone to calved. And so the cycle continues. Only pregnant cows show up on your calving list. If you had a bunch of cows that are pregnant in the fall and you went and backdated a bunch of breeding events, it's going to trigger them to breeding status, not to pregnant status. So part of the reason we wait to update your calving event list, cow list, is to make sure we don't miss some of those cows. But we're still going to miss some, but that's the logic behind it currently. Maybe we can find a different workaround to do that. But back to that, we've got a planned calving seminar, calving entry webinar for early January. And then we're going to have a feeding, using the feeding event in HerdTrax, because it's gotten really popular and really involved, right? As you know, we can do mixed loads, we do bunk calls, you know, but we can be as simple as just feeding 20 bales over the last month to this pen, right? So you can go through any permutation you want. You can put the costing in on that. It'll track, you know, how much you fed to each group and the cost of and things like that. So it needs its own webinar, and we're going to do that in February. And then in March, and this will apply, January, February applies to the seed stock people as well. But we have a lot of questions, and Kodjo will be involved with this, at least I'm going to invite her to be involved, is we're going to have a data submission webinar for the purebred producers. Because ultimately, you know, again, nothing against the seed stock data systems and what they provide to the producers. They're just never going to go down the road of providing, you know, the treatment side and the movement side and the feeding side in their programs, which HerdTrax we feel is superior at that. So we want HerdTrax to be the main start of entry for a lot of this information. We just don't want you re-entering your date of births, re-entering your breeding dates, re-entering your weaning weights, when we can seamlessly hopefully work together and transfer that into the purebred system to make your lives easier. That's the goal of the Purebred Associations. That's certainly the goal of ours. So we will collaborate the best we can and work together to manage that. And then one of the biggest priorities for us is, you know, boy, Troy, we need a video, you know, I've looked at your videos and some of them are okay and some of them are really out of date. Yes, they are. I'll be the first to say that. I mean, you can't make changes like we've made in the last 2 years on the interface and offline mode and things like that, and not have what we had for help videos be out of date. So top priority is to create, I think everyone's a fan of those, less than 2 minutes, a nice little screen share that just refreshes your memory on, you know, how to enter a treatment, how to enter a calving record, how to start the preg checking event, how to do a group breeding event, all of those things. So that'll be a priority. Again, we've got you know, new resources, new people coming on side. So I'm extremely excited about that. And thanks for using the program and staying with it. And you've been very patient. Some of you for a lot of years have been very patient. But it's almost like, you know, if you learn a program, it's just like, oh shit, the hell I went through learning HerdTrax, I just don't want to take the time to try and learn anything different. So I'm just going to stay with HerdTrax. I hope that isn't the case, but sometimes I'm sure it probably is at times. But anyways, I'm right on time for lunch. So lunch is going to be in 2 minutes, but I'm happy to take a couple brief questions if there are any. Again, I'm around for the whole day, and then our speakers are our invited speakers, which will be the real exciting content, will start at 1 o'clock. So is there any? Yes?
I was just wondering if in the future you consider doing a webinar on the report system. I know for a lot of us it's kind of like kind of confusing. There's a lot in there that's good, but I think it would be valuable to have a webinar on that.
Yeah, I'll make a note of that right now. So the question, if you didn't hear, was on the reports. And part of the reason the reports are really confusing is because we have about 150 in there, and every new account that enrolls gets access to all those reports, because most of those reports were built based on a request or information from a particular producer. So there's merit to most of those reports, but some of them, are not applicable directly. And so if you look at the reports, there's a reason we have a trash can beside some of them. And this is my logic, was to make all the reports available, because I thought while you're having a beer some night, you got nothing better to do, I'm just going to go through all the reports and see which ones are good and which ones aren't. I don't think anyone's doing that. But, again, it would be good to get you, because, you lose the trees for the forest, so to speak, because you probably have 5 or 6 go-to reports, a lot of accounts do, that you don't want to have to hunt for it. And we need to get rid of all those that you're not using and just solidify that. But you know what? We will for sure do that early in the new year, a report webinar, because it's deserving of its own. So great question. We'll address that. But I can promise you, if you're looking for a report, like we have the create report option, a report builder, and because there's a lot of really good tech guys, girls out there that know tables and like to query things on their own. That's great, but we are really good at building reports as well, and we're really quick at building them. So if there's a report that's kind of close but not quite doing it for you, please just, and I think a lot of you do, just reach out to us and we'll build it for you. And any other questions? Okay, perfect. Let's go have lunch, and we'll start back here at 1. Thank you. Well, thanks everyone. Lunch was much better today than it was a couple years ago when they served a bunch of veggie burgers, if you guys remember. That's how I always want to be renowned or remembered when we put on one of these things. I was sure funny about those veggie burgers, Troy, especially when your biggest U.S. client thought they were crab cakes and he was working up on them. So, yeah, that was special. Anyways, okay, I think we're in the real good part of the day. You only have to listen to me for moments prior to you speaking. So it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Bruce Kostolansky. I'm proud to say was veterinary college classmate of mine from back, I don't know if I should say the year, but it was a long time ago. Bruce, shortly after graduation, he went a similar path as a lot of us. I mean, he purchased and ran the Fort McLeod veterinary practice for over 26 years, where his predominant focus was on, of course, cow-calf and feedlot, and Bruce did a lot of cattle, a lot of equine work as well. And Bruce was always in college, known as, we call him to this day, our cowboy. He would write a test, and then he would jump in his truck and he would drive, like cowboys do, 13 hours to go ride a bull in the hopes of winning $150 or something like that. And then he would come back. I'm embellishing, of course. No, Bruce, it's a pleasure to have you. Bruce is currently now started not that long ago as a technical services veterinarian for the prestigious animal health company Zoetis, which we're all too familiar with. And Bruce has graciously agreed to talk about branded vaccination programs. And of course, as I alluded to earlier about the Select Pack Gold and some of the value propositions associated with that. But further to that, I want to take this moment for lunch, because it was such a nice lunch. Zoetis has graciously supported and sponsored the entire lunch today. So a little bit of applause for Zoetis. Thank you very much. Adam Rutherford is also here, and maybe Steve Brander is too, I think. But anyways, thanks you guys for your continued support. So Bruce, I'll leave it to you.
See if I get my mic on, Troy. Am I on? Can you hear me now? Yep. Good. Thanks so much, Troy, for the introduction. Troy and I have known each other, as he said, since our first year of vet school. We both have a past, but we both have a nuclear arsenal against one another, so it's a pretty calm past right now, right? So that's nice to know. And I think about our days in vet school, Troy, when, especially first year after a test or something, we would go over to the local establishment on campus named Louis, go down to the basement and start solving the world's problems, right? Amazingly, the further into the night we got, the smarter we got. And we would sit there and in words of Otto Radistitz, pontificate at what we were going to do in life as it went along. In 1985, there were no cell phones. There were no computers. There were computers, certainly we didn't own one. There were no computers in vet school at that time. It wasn't until our 4th year that we actually saw the first computer in vet school. I paid people to type my papers up on an Underwood 5 type typewriter back in those days.
We paid for notes.
We paid for notes, yes. Yeah, Troy had the end there. Yes, we did. We paid for somebody to photocopy their notes to put in their library so we could actually have good notes. So it was a different time. And if I would have if we'd have looked at each other then and said that eventually Troy was going to be the proprietor of a large software company serving the cow-calf feedlot industry with the technology he has developed, I'm not sure we would have gone down that path. It's pretty amazing what Troy has done. He always thought outside the box and has really brought a lot to the beef industry, not only in Western Canada, but now in North America, certainly with the advent of TELUS buying in with him. So I think that's really, really nice to see. We always knew Calvin, who actually walked in the back, Dr. Calvin Booker, was going to be with Feedlot Health, but I don't think we ever envisioned our career paths where they are today. So an honor to speak at your conference, Troy, for sure. So I want to talk a little bit about Zoetis's programs of value proposition. Now, Troy, do you notice the picture here?
Yeah, there's tags.
There it is. See, I did a presentation to Troy through Zoetis about a month ago, and I had this feedlot steer in my presentation. He said, "Bruce, there's no tags in that steer. How do we know where he came from? How do we know what his history is?" So I made sure that the very first slide that I had it's feedlot heifer, I believe, had tags in her ear, right? And I think that's an All-Flex tag. At least I hope it's an All-Flex tag anyways, since they're here today as well. So yeah, that was the thing I wanted to bring up a little bit there, Troy. So Zoetis programs a value proposition. I mean, we all have our programs and things like that, but one of the things that Zoetis, we're looking at trying to help people with is adding value throughout the supply chain. I'm going to have a few of the key moniker words in my presentation. The supply chain, right? That's another thing we hear lots about today. So the Zoetis programs, we'll start with the cow-calf, the grassroots guy, right? The producer. We hear from them a lot, and I hear on our meetings as well, is that the cow-calf guy is always doing everything else to make everything else work for the feedlot guy kind of thing, right? So we want to try and bring a little bit of value to the calf so that not only does it work for the cow-calf producer, but it works for the feedlot as well, right? So we're going to try and add value throughout the supply chain, okay? So from there, we can go into the backgrounders. If you're background in cattle or those people as well, we want to try and add a little bit of value there. And of course, we want to meet the needs of the feedlot, right? So our programs are structured a little bit around those. We realize, and a lot of the programs end up a little bit in the feedlot's hands, but if we can make your calves worth a little bit more to them, then hopefully they'll pay a little bit more for them. So value-added programs and brand loyalty. I mean, we're all pretty familiar with that, correct? We all go to Avions, or we go to the Optimum Plus to get our gas, or Air Miles to get this and that, right? So it's not something new to companies nowadays about trying to add a little brand loyalty through their programs. So that's exactly what Zoetis is trying to do here. First of all, the way I look at it, we need quality products, right? So I'm not going to say ours are the world's best, but you need to have quality products. We think they're very good. I should rephrase that. But you need to have quality products, people that stand behind your products, and things that work. Because if we don't have that, then the programs don't work as well for you. So first of all, it starts with quality products. Then we need quality people. Okay, we need people to help interact with the producers, with the veterinarians. And I think we have an excellent staff. Adam Rutherford is in the back there today. He's a territory manager for Central Alberta, or the part of Central Alberta. Chance Butterfield is another one of our reps. I'm sure some of you know Rebecca Creech. Steve Brander's probably interacted a lot with some of you guys. So, you know, we have a lot of quality people in Alberta. Our national sales manager, Kevin Heemstra, hoped to be here today, but had an acute appendicitis attack and unfortunately couldn't make it. But those people are probably familiar names to some of you or to a lot of you, so they've interacted with you. They support not only our products, they support the veterinarians, and they support the producers. So that's an important thing to have as well. And finally, we would like to have some quality programs rewarding brand loyalty. So rewarding you for using our products if you're going to stick with our brand. So the two programs that we have, and what I'm going to talk about first is the Select Vat Gold Plus program. So prior to Troy talking about it today, how many people knew about the Select Vat Gold Plus program? 1, 2, yeah, okay, so not very many, right? And that's a little bit on us, right? I know our territory managers, Steve and Kevin, have talked a lot about it. Adam's had me talk about it at several producer meetings. But we need to do a little bit better job of letting you know what the Select VAT Gold Plus program is. And that's part of what I'm going to do today. And I'm pretty sure lots of you, especially in the feeding industry, have heard of the BRD guarantee. I'm sure a few more have heard about that. A few more. So if you're feeding cattle on any level and using Zoetis products, let me rephrase that, then you know a little bit about the BRD guarantee. So I'm going to start with the Select VAT Gold Plus program because that's what Troy talked about today. I mean, when Troy came to me and asked me what are the conditions for Select VAT Gold Plus calves, it kind of dusted the cobwebs off a little bit of a program that we need to be a little bit more in front of and developing. Because when he told me the numbers that came up on his program, it was pretty amazing. And I relayed that to our leadership team and how relatively easy he is making it for you guys to access that information, right? It is something that just happens in the background, as Troy wanted it to happen, that when you press a couple buttons, you see that whether your calves are eligible for that program. And it's something we appreciate because it's a lot easier for us to verify if you can just say, yeah, this is what I do with them, and it's all right here in my program. And you're entering that information already, so why shouldn't it be available to you? And why shouldn't you capitalize on the programs that we have? So the Select VAT Gold Plus program. Here's another one of my words, the holistic approach to improved immunity. So holistic, when I first thought of it, I mean, I thought about guys eating wheatgrass, standing in a circle, singing Kumbaya and holding hands, right? But when I actually looked it up, you know, holistic is looking at not the parts individually, but the whole entity type thing. So when we looked at this holistic approach to improved immunity, I look at 3 pillars, okay? We talk about the dam, okay, so the female. We want to ensure that we have adequate immunity in the dam for several reasons. Obviously, we want to maintain her health, but also we want to improve her conception and her ability to deliver a live calf. So we want to prevent IVR abortions. We want to prevent that dreaded persistently infected BVD calf and all the ramifications that go along with BVD. So we want to protect the dam. We want her to be able to pass on good immunity to her calf at birth. So having a well-immunized dam is one of the pillars in this holistic approach to improved immunity. Then there is the calf, okay? Certainly the calf, we wanted her, or like he or her, to start with that great colostral immunity. Then we want to supplement that immunity throughout its life so that A, it can be healthy while you own it, and B, when it reaches the feedlot, its immune system is primed so we get a better health response to the vaccinations delivered at that time. So that's an important pillar of this holistic approach. And finally, the weaned calf or the feeder, right? That's the most deleterious point of its life is when it becomes weaned and enters the feedlot or the feeding aspect, its highest risk of disease that we see from an economic standpoint, BRD. So we want to make sure that we keep that calf as healthy as we can. So we take these 3 pillars and approach to it. So the primary goal, and so we always wonder what we're going to get back out of doing all these programs. Well, to me, the primary goal is improve health throughout the value chain, right? And that's why we do a lot of these things. So before we look at the value that maybe Zoetis is going to give to you or impart to you or something like that, we've got to look at the improved health throughout the value chain as something that is valued to you, right? And people lose sight of that, why they're doing things. Well, you're doing it for that reason primarily in my mind. Secondly, of course, then we want to add value to those cattle who meet the requirements, right? So if you're doing this already and you've entered it into HerdTrax and you press that button and I have a Select VAT Gold Plus, well, let's try and add some value to that calf who meets the requirements. So we're going to try and do that a little bit by rewarding customers for brand loyalty with a guarantee. And that's kind of the premise of the Select VAT Gold Plus program and our BRD guarantee program. So what makes a Select VAT Gold Plus calf, okay? So there are requirements, of course. First of all, there's the dam. It says she must be vaccinated with a Zoetis FP vaccine according to label requirements. And I'm going to go through a little bit of that. I don't want to get bogged down in these details. You have veterinarians to help you with that. And it must occur prior to conception. So obviously we want that calf to be guaranteed that it's not PI and have any other congenital diseases as well that are associated with disease. We want that dam vaccinated prior to conception. Calf vaccinated at branding or turnout. I think we're all pretty familiar with that procedure, right? I would venture that almost 95 to 99% of people in this room do some sort of vaccination to their calves at this point, okay? So The programs that we utilize, the first one that you're probably maybe a little bit familiar with if you've used the Zoetis products is Bovishield Gold One-Shot, Ultra 7 Somnibac. So for those of you that aren't familiar with our products, the Bovishield is a 5-way multiplied live viral, so PI3, IBR, BVD, and BRSV are in it. The One-Shot is our Mannheimia component. Ultrabac 7 is our Clostridial vaccine, and Somnibac is our Histopheles portion, right? So these are the things that we believe are important for not only that calf while you own him or while he's out on pasture during the summer, but also important for him further in his life when he enters the feedlot. The other protocol that we certainly accept with this is Enforce 3. And for those of you who don't know what Enforce 3, it's our intranasal vaccine, stimulates local immunity in the nasal mucosa, maybe a little bit faster acting and has some other benefits. When we combine that with One-Shot BVD, Ultra 7 Somnibac, we get the exact same combination of antigens that we have the other one. So those are the 2 accepted protocol for your calves. If you're using Zoetis products, it's highly likely that you're using one of those 2 protocols right now. So the dam, I'm just going to go a little bit further into the dam. The Bovishield Gold FP product, according to label, okay, so we will make that distinction. If you're using a modified live virus in your animals, you're probably using it according to label, which means that if you're using it when they're pregnant, that had to have 2 shots prior to entering your herd, those kind of things. But according to label, it's relatively simple with the Bovishield modified live line. The Cattle Master Gold, I'm sure there's some of you that are using Cattle Master Gold in your herds. You're probably not using it according to label. I'll go through a little bit more into that. According to label, you give 2 shots prior to breeding and then prior to breeding yearly thereafter. And that's how we have the FP claim. But that's one way of using it. But most of you are probably using it in this method right here. We're using the Cattle Master Gold FP product annually during pregnancy because it's an inactivated vaccine for those of you who aren't familiar with it. And if the cattle receive 2 doses of Bovishield Gold FP product prior to breeding, then we can go ahead and use a Cattle Master Gold. And I think most everybody is probably following that with their replacement heifers and their herd at sometimes, and that helps them qualify. So that's how we get the dam vaccinated properly. The feedlot requirements, calves are going to be vaccinated, obviously. And again, we follow through with what we put in the calf, okay? Bovishield Gold One-Shot, Ultra 7 Somnibac, or our Enforce 3 One-Shot BVD Ultra 7 Somnibac. They receive Draxxin on arrival at the feedlot. The pen has to be filled within 10 days, and this sounds all too familiar to our BRD guarantee, which I'll go through, which is exactly what it is. But the difference with the Select Vat Gold Plus program is that all calves in the pen must be Select Vat Gold Plus calves. Okay? So if you fill a pen entirely with calves that are designated as Select Vat Gold Plus calves, that meets the requirement for our program. So what does that mean to you or the feedlot? We guarantee 0% first pulls for BRD in the first 30 days. And anything above that, and we also guarantee less than 5% pulls for BRD in the first 60 days. Anything above that qualifies for treatment costs at $25 per animal and treatment costs, right? So it's a pretty nice feeling to know that if you're keeping your calves or doing something with your calves along those lines, when you stick them in the feedlot, we guarantee that you will have 0 pulls in the first 30 days on the feedlot. Probably the most stressful part of their life right there. So that's the part that we're standing behind and rewarding people if they utilize our product as a bit of a guarantee. I'll go a little bit through the BRD guarantee. It's very, very similar to just what we talked about there. In the feedlots, for the BRD guarantee, there's no requirements prior to arrival at the feedlot, so they can be cattle from any place. They're then vaccinated on arrival, as per we talked about earlier, with the Bovishield Gold One-Shot and the Ultra 7 Somnibac, or Enforce 3 One-Shot BVD Ultra 7 Somnibac. Again, our standard vaccine protocols. We do offer flexibility between the 2 vaccine protocols for people who with varying degrees of risk and things like that, right? And the other nice thing I will say about our Zoetis protocols is that we have research on all levels of our protocols. We have research showing how our calves respond. We have research how they show when they're boosted. We back our vaccines by a lot of research, which is nice for those people who want to know that there's some certainty in what they're using actually works, and we back that up. Part of the BRD guarantee, of course, is Draxxin. Pen has to be filled within 10 days, and once filled, there's no mixing. Okay, so that's our standard BRD guarantee. And again, as we talked about a little bit earlier, what happens if there's an issue? Well, 5% we guarantee 5% or less treatment for BRD first pulls in the first 60 days. Anything above this qualifies for $25 per head in treatment costs, okay? So that's the BRD guarantee. And so how do we get value out of the program? Select VAT Gold Plus, healthier animals are more sustainable. Okay, so I got sustainable in there now, right? And then my third keyword. And I wish I coined that term, healthy animals are more sustainable, but it was actually our CEO, the head of our company, was on a meeting with us and delivered that line. I thought, that really fits with what we're trying to do here, right? That cow that conceives better, maintains her pregnancy, weans a live calf, that calf who has ability to grow unhindered by disease throughout the summer and do well in the feedlot, when naturally we're making better use of our resources, we're making better use of our females, and we're having a more sustainable product. And I thought that was really, really a good analogy. So the overall health of the herd, again, as I talked about earlier, I think is one of the primary reasons that we look at this program. But one of the other ones is retained ownership. We have somebody talking today about risk factor mitigation in the cow-calf business. Certainly the cow-calf producer nowadays is becoming much more in tune with how to mitigate risk or how to maintain some more profit out of his animals. Retained ownership, taking some of that, his own raised cattle and stick them in the feedlot and making some of the money back off of them instead of the feedlot. So we see that with people. I became first involved with the program in this way where clients of mine fed their own calves out. And if they filled up an entire pen, which they would have been with Select VAT Gold Plus, and they were doing all these other things, they immediately qualified for the program of 0% pulls within the first 30 days. And that's kind of a nice thought to think about when you think about that. Backgrounding, some of you might even feed your own cattle at home, right? And if you meet the requirements of the program, you can also take some of the risk of weaning your calves, because that is one of the bigger risks that we come across is weaning our own calves, and we can take a little bit of that risk out of them with a good, solid health background. And I'll speak to the overall health of the herd. If we look at Troy's program, even with his Silverado, right? The health issues that he experienced with the Silverado are relatively small to what we see in other parts of the feeding industry, right? He has excellent health profile there. And I think it's because he deals with a lot of people who are already doing a lot of the great things with their cows and their calves. And when they're arriving at the feedlot, they're properly prepared. I agree, nutrition, there's lots of other things that go into it. I'm not just saying that we give them a needle and they're going to be perfect. But it's the basis that we have for foundation when we're in the feeding period. So I think that's a way of looking at it. Adding value to your calves. So of course, there are many of you who still sell calves through team, through the live auction, maybe to a feedlot and stuff like that. Troy has given you the ability to, by simply pushing a button or two, to say that my calves are Select VAT Gold Plus calves, and they're eligible for this program. And it's a little bit on both you and Zoetis to come up and meet the two together. We're looking at promoting this program a little bit further with some of the buyers. We have actually buyers in southern Alberta that source these cattle out. Steve has done an excellent job down in that area trying to promote this program. So there are people who source these calves. So it makes it relatively easy for you to add a little bit of value to your calves that way if you're selling them. People always complain, and I hear it as well, that I don't get more for my calves when I do this, right? You said I'm adding value to my calf. But I also know that while you're maybe at the top end of the scale, you're not $3 or $4 back. And feedlots are getting smarter nowadays, and they start realizing the cattle that aren't doing very well for them and things like that. So I think it prevents you from going down the list. It keeps you at the top of the list. Maybe you're not getting that much more, but in some cases you are. So I think that's a good way to look at that. And the other thing that comes with this a little bit is the Zoetis support, okay? We have support programs supporting your veterinarian. We have the quality medicine program, and we hope to support the program a little bit further in the future and getting a little bit more of it out so that I don't have this 4 hands raised in a room when I asked if anybody's ever heard about the Select VAT Gold Plus program. So that's what we're doing. Hope to do a little bit more behind the scenes to bring this out a little bit. But inherently, you can also take advantage of it through the retained ownership of your calves and some of those things like that. So that's what I have. I don't know how long I was, Troy. I was pretty close, 20 minutes. Pretty
Sweet, good.
Big introduction. Can't get into his Gmail account. That's usually how it goes. It's good to see everybody here today. Stop by and see my son. He's at the back of the room. Thanks, Brittany, for bringing him. I'm sure we're gonna probably get you guys to babysit him one day while we're semen testing these bulls or doing something. So go say hi so he's not too scared. So when Troy asked me to talk about bulls, it's always a very, it was hard for me to get started here, and it's not, it was mostly because when you look around this room, there's so many different goals and angles and so many, different types of operations, right? We have purebred seed stock producers, crossbred seed stock producers. We have guys that have commercial guys that just sell weaning weight. We've got commercial guys that are in the retained ownership program. They're both trying to make their own replacements. We're all kind of feeding into the background, the feeding, the feedlot part of it, all to try to market meat, right? So, it's a very complicated system. So to stand up here and tell you that, there's one single thing that's going to work for everybody, I'd be lying, right? And I know we've all had individual conversations together about, what direction to take the ranch and where to go with this and that. And to be honest with you, some of those discussions are probably, contradictory, when we're out there discussing, because everybody's so different, right? And then we take all this entire system and we multiply that by breed bias, right? We've got the Angus guys, the Simmental guys, the Charolais, Limo, Hereford, Maines. We've got the crossbreds. And I'm sure I probably missed a breed there that I do work for, and I'm going to catch trouble for it afterwards. But it's complicated. So the whole point of this discussion mostly is to zone in a little bit and focus what's happening on your ranch. Because, data mining is one of these things where you really have to look at the data that you have before you start making these broad, decisions of what direction to go. So what this is not a discussion about, I didn't really want to get into it about, is which breed is the best, who to buy your bulls from, or, who won a banner at Agribition, right? This isn't what this discussion is about. It's trying to decide what genetics, using the data that we've collected in HerdTrax and trying to use those numbers to try to make smart decisions within your own ranch, right? So before we get into that, we got to start talking about how the bulls got to your place at once. And I know this is going to be some of these topics I was fretting talking about this the entire time, but I got 5 years worth of data now, and I really wanted to go through it and share it with you. So one thing we've learned about these semen testings is it doesn't evaluate fertility. Right? There's always a confusion there, whereas if this bull tests good, he's going to be more fertile, or this bull tests poorly, he's going to sire fewer calves. I like to compare it. It's about measuring potential competency, right? It's like just because you graduate from high school doesn't mean you're going to thrive in, after high school, right? You got there, and then we're going to go evaluate you afterwards. So the components of the semen test, right? Confirm the identity of the bulls. That's probably one of the most important things. And the way that we've been able to track stuff over the last few years to go from, yearlings, we transfer them into someone else's herd, and then we test them every year, is you have to be able to scan the RFID and keep track of who they are, right? In order to keep, going. Of course, we do a physical exam, right? We palpate the testicles. We look at the, we palpate them internally, look at their vesicular glands. We look for swollen joints, stuff like that. We measure their scrotal circumference. Of course, that's a minimum requirement, breed specific. And then the whole idea with that, which I couldn't find enough data to support this quite yet, but bulls with larger testicles are supposed to produce females that cycle earlier, right? I don't think I've got enough parentage data to quite say that, to prove that quite yet. But as it starts accumulating, we'll be able to look at that. And then we look at the actual semen test. We draw them. We look at density, motility, and morphology. Density, to be honest with you, it's not that important to me. Try testing herd bulls in the middle of a breeding season after been on cows. It always looks like water, right? It's tough. So I don't know how many times you fill the cup, oh, it looks good. You have no idea what's in the cup until you put it under the microscope, right? So then we look at motility, put a lot of emphasis on this. If it's swirling on the slide, we think he's pretty good. Then we look at morphology. We count to the magical number of 70%. Theoretically he's 68, he's no good. If he's 72, in the eyes of the buyer, he's still no good, right? So, pretty tough. So this is some data that I just pulled up. This is the change in scrotal circumference in young bulls between 10 and 12 months. So down at the bottom here, has this got a laser on it? Yep. So down at the bottom, we can see the increase in size. So it goes from 1.5 to 6.5 centimeters. 6.5 centimeters in the 2 months they're going through puberty. So we measure bulls all the time, and we're scoffing over half a centimeter this, a centimeter here. Well, in reality, on average, we look at the top of this bell curve, we're going to increase 3 centimeters while that happens. Isn't that incredible? So this is the other thing on scrotal circumference. I want to look, in theory, we're supposed to have bigger testicles, are supposed to produce more calves, right? So this is a scatter plot graph. So this line is the trend, right? And if that's 1, that's a perfect relationship, right? Bigger testicles, more calves. When I ran this on a group of bulls, we have 0.1. That's barely positive, right? So to always say that bigger testicles are going to produce more calves, I don't know if that's true. I'm going to have to compile more data, and I'm just not convinced of that. And so other things, if you've collected a lot of bulls, the other things you're going to find, we always collect bulls twice. We'll collect them once. The first one will be might be a little bit off. Always go back to the bull and check again. It's amazing. I would say about 50% of these bulls will have an improvement that might get them into be fine after the second sample. Sometimes we'll find that counting the same slide repeatedly, there'll be waves of good and bad cells on the slide. So if you count them again, sometimes you yield a different result. So you count them again, and it's a different result. Makes it tough. So then we have 85 to 90% of young bulls that fail a semen test initially will eventually pass and be fertile during the same year. So we always do this. Troy gives me trouble all the time. He says, "Why do you keep retesting these bulls all the time?" Well, on the 5th time, he's gone from, he's all of a sudden 90%, right? He's just hit that threshold and he's there. Sometimes nervous bulls don't respond to the probe. Sometimes we have a higher growth rate bulls. We'll see the ones that are really putting a lot of energy into lean tissue mass. Sometimes, their puberty is a little bit delayed because of that. Of course, we have weather stress, DMRs. We still have a day length response in bulls, I think. It's certainly that way in females where, they're still kind of long day breeders. Yeah. So we have the 4 categories, of course. When we call a bull satisfactory, we call him potentially competent. Unsatisfactory, we'll call him, that's pretty much our way of saying that he's a cull. Questionable, those will be bulls that are, where we found some sort of physical abnormality, but they still pass their semen test. Sometimes we'll have ones with really good motility, kind of morphology that's a little bit questionable, so then, they'll go into this category. And then we have the decision deferred. These, of course, are normal, mature bulls on the physical exam, sufficient motility, but they probably, they have poor morphology or some sort of degree of both. And then bulls that need to be rechecked after treatment. So, and then the last category, which we've just started using actually, because the decision deferred thing has got such a negative connotation, and we needed some way to differentiate between bulls that were, just young and haven't gone through puberty yet, and ones that truly have something wrong with the semen and we want to reevaluate. That might be the same thing, but, we do a lot of bulls that are 11, 12 months of age. They don't have a good sample because they're just too young. They haven't gone through puberty yet. Of course, bulls that haven't attained a minimal scrotal circumference, they'll go into the prepubertal age because we know that they're going to increase by anywhere from 1 to 6 centimeters while they go through that process. And of course, immature bulls, sometimes we'll just examine them for the sale, not draw them. We'll call them prepubertal as well. So a little bit about young bulls. I realized I made too many slides here and I got way too much to talk about, but okay. So the thing about young bulls is we got, only 60% of them are expected to pass a semen test at 11 months of age, 70% at 12 months, 85 at 14 months, 95% at 16 months. So what I did is we collected all the results that we had from 2015 to 2021. So this includes 10,491 bull evaluations. And just thinking about that, when we actually look at that number, like that means you double that, and that's how many times you had to get up and down, right? That's a lot. So it's 9,185 individually identified bulls that we were managed to follow all the way through, right? So some of them, they're decision deferred and they never get retested, so they fall out. But a lot of them get transferred to other places, and we keep testing them, and we can start establishing trends. Okay, so this is what happens after the very first test, one single test. Okay, so at the bottom here, we see that we have a 20% DD rate on our yearling bulls, right? But you got to keep in mind, we're doing this really early, right? Usually we start first week of February through March. So a lot of young bulls on one test, 75% of them are going to pass. All right, and then we got 1% where the testicles are too small or something's not right. 3 are just outright culls, probably because they're too small. So then we go to our 2-year-olds. 2-year-olds are set at an 88% pass rate on the first go around, and only a 7% of them we have to retest. And then our mature bulls are actually, this was kind of surprising, are a little bit higher. They're at about 84% on first go around. So these are your rusty loads and bulls that you want to flush out, or we're trying to do it, too early again, right? So pretty interesting results I found. It's pretty high. What do we got here? Yeah, so this is to show. So basically we have, these are the decision deferred bulls that we needed to retest, or we retested. These are your decision deferred bulls in the second column that just fell out, right? We just didn't do anything with, right? So we had 688 bulls over the last 5 years that we went on and retested, okay? And then 308 we just never saw again. So 75% of the 688 went on to pass eventually throughout the season. So we had 25% of them that just fell out. Lots of those we never went right to the end. They just fell out. We never saw them again. But you have a 75% likelihood of passing a semen test after the initial test, I guess. Okay, so this is when it gets pretty interesting here. So this is young bulls, prepubertal bulls. This is the number of those bulls that had a satisfactory semen test over the course of a season. Okay, so keep it in mind, this doesn't include, this may include some questionables, this includes some ones with small testicles, this includes some ones that are probably called questionable, but 97 or 96% of those bulls will eventually have a good sample in the cup at the end of the first year. And some of those get tested a lot. I know, like some of them will get done 4 or 5 times until they finally hit a threshold. So 96% of them. So we're basically trying to find, the 4% that are being called on defects alone after the season. So, it's pretty low. The other column that I have here is physical exam calls. We're identifying almost the same number of decision deferred bulls that are failing on semen quality. We're identifying them even before they hit the chute. They've got something wrong with them, right? So it's the same number. And I know this doesn't add up to 100. It's because some of them are in the same categories. This first category is just talking about the semen test, not the exam. And then this is kind of the same data on all bulls, right? So a lot of work, right? Test 10,000 bulls to find 3%, right? Some would argue just buy another bull, right? It's a lot of work. I'm not saying that to semen test, but I am saying that the actual drawing and putting this much weight on what's in the cup is sometimes not what you think it is. Yeah, we kind of went through this. I mean, there's an enormous amount of pressure on these bulls to pass by, for the February-March sales after one semen test is kind of what the point of that is. But thank goodness now we've got this new thing now with DNA and parentage, right? So now we're able to really validate these results and see what happens to these bulls, and to see, to see how many calves they produce when they're exposed to cows. So the biggest thing with starting out with DNA for sure is we have to get the bull battery set up. So this is the crutch of the entire process. So usually when we start talking to people that want to start doing this, we'll usually start 2 years before they're going to pull the trigger on it, because in order to ping the bull battery, every bull has to have a DNA profile, right? So if you want to do this year's calves, well, you got to look at last year's bull battery, right? So calves are born in 2021. They were in 2020 bred. So that means before they went out in 2020 is when you basically need to have the entire arsenal of bulls set up with a DNA case number, which is basically links to the genotype. And the genotype is like the digital DNA file, right? That all the labs use to communicate. I probably didn't explain that right. That's kind of my take on it. The other thing with these two is that, so we can collect it at semen testing, which is what we're doing at a lot of different places. But you can also get it from the associations. Like lots of these have to be parent verified, sire verified. So that means that the profile is already at the association. So a lot of bulls, when we were running them through at semen testing, trying to get the library set up, is we'll be actively looking in the associations to see whether they already have a genotype, so then we won't send it into the lab to check. So if you're interested in doing that's a good thing to ask the guy that's selling you the bulls, and ask if he's got a genotype already, because then you know he is who he is, and we don't have to go through this process. So we collect the hair, we collect these, the TSUs. I'm not sure if you guys ever seen a TSU, but it's like a little thing that takes a little sample of tissue, and then it's got this beautiful little 2D barcode that scans right into the computer that links it all in HerdTrax. So then we send these files back and forth with Neogen to get the two systems linking together, which has been working quite well. So then we get into the, we got all this DNA, we got the bulls ready to go. What are we gonna do here, right? So there's a few different strategies that we'd use at various places. By far the best, obviously the most expensive, is to DNA all the calves that are produced, right? So we can do this usually at branding time. We'll run them all through, and we'll run a scanner. We'll put all those barcodes and link it all up into HerdTrax, and then we'll have all that data there before before weaning time. And by that time, when the weaning records start flowing, then we can start linking the weaning records to an actual sire. So then, once we do all that, then you can really run some cool numbers. And we'll get into the data part after this, and I'll show you some stuff. But we do have some herds that are DNAing every single calf, and we're comparing it to the semen test results. We're comparing it to a lot of different things. It's pretty neat. So the other thing that we're doing is we're DNAing just the replacements, right? So then we'll do that. They'll go into the pen, and you'll pick the cattle that you like phenotypically, the ones that have good numbers, whatever that selection criteria is. And then we'll go in after, and we'll say, okay, this is the percentage of each sire that you selected here. So it's almost like a blind, because you don't know who the dad is until afterwards. So then you get to find out which bull you actually like. And I know how this usually works is you usually like the bull the most that you spent the most money on, right? Right? Every time you go to someone's place, like, come look at this new bull I bought, and he's, he's it. But then we run the DNA, sometimes it's kind of, there's ones that pop up that you never even expected. The other thing is you might DNA the poorer calves, right? The ones that are diluting the gene pool. So the ones with bad performance, the ones that you had to pull, figure out who their parents are. Obviously, we're using the DNA. We'll be verifying the AI calves. So if you're going to spend the time and research and use an AI sire, we'll go in and figure out who are those caught. And it's amazing how wide the gestation is. We found bulls that are, plus or minus 16 days of when they were bred. It's amazing how much that varies. And then the last way is almost like a heads-up test breeding of bulls. So if you have if you want to test out different breeds to use on certain groups of cows, let's say you've done the time to do your DNA composition and you know that these cows are Angus, these cows are Simmental, well then, let's test breed the Simmental cows versus Charolais and, vice versa, right? So then after the fact, maybe Charolais is a bad example because it turns them all gray, but you get my point, right? So afterwards, you can actually test and validate what your decisions were of what bulls you bought. Some bulls might do better in different environments as well, right? We talk about bulls going into the forestry or some going out to Hannah. You might find out which breed or type or source of bulls does better on the terminal herd than others. Okay, so this is where we get into the data side. It was hard for me to fit all this in here and explain it, but this would be a pretty typical thing that I would send out after we get stuff back. So this right here is how many calves the bull produced. And we have a start date and an end date of when the first calf was born and when the last calf was born. So then that gives us how many days that the bull bred for, basically, right? Because he sired calves at the beginning and he sired calves at the end, and there's none born outside that window. What I'm always amazed when I look at this data is you have very, very few of these that are over 40. Like, that just blows my mind. So you send a bunch of bulls out with a group of cows, and then we individually find out who sired who, and we find out when they were sired. Very few of them breed cows for more than 40 days. Which just, I don't know, that just is amazing to me. So in this list where we have the rank over here, this bull at the top, I kind of use this because this bull is pretty exceptional. In 74 days, I think they may have used him in 2 breeding cycles. He sired 67 calves in 74 days, being mixed in and commingled with a bunch of other bulls. So then what we calculate is what I like to call the daily service capacity. So how many calves per day did you produce? So anything over 0.6 is pretty exceptional. So we see our top 3 bulls. This third place bull, 1.7 calves he produced per day, but he only did it for 27 days and then he gave up. Right? So he just bred like crazy and then stopped. Right? And you go down the list, this happens pretty often. So for a 60-day breeding season, you're starting to learn, like, maybe what's important is to keep fresh bulls out there, not the duration of not so much the duration of the breeding season, but always keeping fresh genetics. Because I can't believe how many of these bulls played out after, a month, 40 days. So then the interesting thing that we get to now is now when we start collecting weaning weights, and now we can start comparing what did the offspring actually do. So in this particular model, we went pretty high on daily service capacity. We only judged that at 40% of the rank. And then we added weight per 205 average, 20%, weight per day of age, 20%, and then the HMI at 20%. So this entire system is really, really heavily weighted on weaning weight, which is more important to these guys than fertility, because they got lots of bulls and they don't seem to struggle with that. So this is not something that we are doing. This gets tweaked a little bit with everybody's herd depending on what goals they're going after, right? So if you look at the top, we've got weight per day of age, 2.5, 2.38, and then we've got really good weaning weights on the top end. And this bull that sired 67 calves, we're like, oh great, we found another one that's diluting the gene pool with his subpar genetics in this environment, right? It's not his genetics, it's just the environment that he's in, right? He's not thriving. But look at that, he came in, he was number 5 on weaning weight. Like, we were kind of excited about this bull, and nobody really, we had to go and try to find him. So it's a funny story, because actually we did find him, and the next year he went out for 20 days and the other bulls killed him. So, but that's what happens, right? So you're like, okay, well, we had 1 year. We had 1 year and we found him, right? So what they did do is they had some calves off of him already that they didn't ban. So now they've got his offspring, and we're hoping he's as good as this guy was. We'll see what happens. We'll run parentage and see if that's true. So that was the top 15 out of 46. Okay, so this was the bottom end, right? I think there was 90 bulls in this group. So this, overall rank. I may have not had that sorted properly. Oh yeah, 46 bulls, yeah. So these are the bottom bulls, right? So we got some bulls that didn't wean any calves at all. We got one bull, and then we've got lots that were 4, 3, 6, just didn't sire very many. The other thing that's consistent on this bottom list is they sired fewer calves, and they also some of these had poor weaning weights. So if we were thinking about, culling the bottom end bulls, these guys would all be on the bubble. So when we were semen testing these bulls, we'd bring them through, we'd look at this data, and we would first semen test them to see if there's something wrong there. But if everything checks out, they may or may not get culled anyway because they're just on the bottom of the list. And I just wanted to show you this one here. This bull's really interesting because he sired 35 calves, so he was actually he was more fertile than in the bottom group. But look at his weaning weight. He was dead last on weaning weight. So he sired 35 calves, and he had the worst weaning weight out of the entire group. So there's one that's probably diluting the gene pool a little bit, and he's breeding cows that some of these other guys maybe should be breeding, right? So he was definitely, I think they might have just culled him actually. What do I got here? Okay, so this is kind of, so the blue is basically how many calves that a specific sire has produced in a breeding season, right? So the orange is how many calves you produced per day. So all of a sudden we start to get some kind of interesting results here where we have bulls that did sire a lot of calves in a short period of time really fast. And then we have bulls that sired, 17 head, but they did it really, really quick. So these are the bulls you might turn out if their numbers are, if they have good weaning weight, you might turn these out first because they're only going to work for 20 days, but they're going to be really, really, they're going to sire a lot of calves in the first 20 days. So if their weaning weight theoretically is higher than their counterparts and they're proven, it should pop the average. Here, because, we look at birth weight a lot, right? We're really, there's low birth weight bulls and high. A lot of bulls get sold for a lot of money or not sold for a lot of money based on birth weight. Well, the red line here in this particular data set is what the birth weight was. So we were about 86 to 103 average on this particular data set, right? So this bull here had an 86-pound birth weight, but his birth weight in the catalog was 110 pounds, right? So that tells me that maybe didn't find him for a day or two, right? But he got highly discredited because he was being sold at 110. Here we have a bull that's sold as a low birth weight bull at 75. Across the board, he's 89 pounds on his birth weight, right? So there's differences here. And really, you can buy the bull based on it's the best information we have, right? The Breed Association do a fantastic job on EPDs. All that data is flowing in there. The bull seller knows the bulls. It's the best information we have at the time. But it's nice to maybe look at this after they end up at your place, We have the technology now. Okay, so this was a different data set that I did up. This one, we don't have the weaning weights back yet, but we have our number of progeny, right? So we have our top bull. This year only sired 39 calves only, compared to 67. It doesn't seem like very many, but so then we look back historically, what was his semen test that year, and he was satisfactory. But we also looked at what his rank was the year before. The year before, he sired 4 calves. You start looking at it, what is going on here, right? How can he be the number 1 bull on the number of progeny this year, The semen test was perfectly normal. No one noticed him being lame. Nobody noticed anything, right? In this year that he only sired 4. Like, just very confusing. So the other thing I want to show you is that here's a bull, sired 30 calves. He was DD. We never ever got him to pass the semen test. They kicked him out. He sired 30 calves. This bull was questionable, lame probably, or something wrong with his testicles. He sired 29 calves. And then I found this down here, this unsatisfactory bull here. He sired 20 calves. And I remember this bull because, oh my goodness, I was embarrassed that he was there and how we missed him. So he was 14% normal, no motility at all, measured up not too bad. So this was before breeding, and this was after breeding. Sired 20 calves. Like, I'm not trying to downplay semen testing here. I'm still thinking that the exam is a very worthwhile thing here. But like, we're collecting some DNA here. I can't make this up. This happened. So here was another data set that we looked at where we had, so we blindly selected the heifers based on data, lots on phenotype, and then we looked at, so this number 2 bull, he actually is the most, one of the most expensive bulls on the property. They really, really like him, and he kind of marks cattle up a little bit, so I think he got over-selected. But then when we ran the number, we found this other bull here. He was 18% of the pie. So then nobody really knew who he was, right? So we get looking at him. He's actually a son of this bull when we actually ran the DNA on it finally. But we didn't know that until we actually looked into it. So he's actually a son of this bull, but he's actually turning out to be better than his dad. Kind of cool. This was an example of a heads-up test breed we did at a place. Trying to value 2 different breeds, the direction of the herd. So we turned out, it wasn't the same number of bulls, but of course we got the progeny data. So we see which bulls kind of failed to hit the mark there. There was definitely more in breed 1 than breed 2. And again, this isn't testing breeds against each other. It's testing the genetics that work on in the environment at your place. This might not work someplace else, right? We got to quit pinning breeds against each other. So we have 63 progeny here, 88 here. The breed days was exactly the same because they were both turned out with the same group of cows, right? Same age, same nutrition. We had 22 calves for bulls sired with these 4 bulls compared to 9, right? Weaning weight was pretty close. Weight per day of age was slightly edged on breed 2, which made the weight 205 inflated a little bit. I'm not sure how significant this is, but try telling a cow-calf guy what the p-value is. No one cares, right? This is a little bit higher, so we're going to go with it for next year. So we did, and this is how they performed as 2-year-olds. Okay, again, we put more of the similar type of breed 2 in there compared to breed 1. It was flip-flopped the year before, but still same breed. We got a little bit closer. 67 calves versus 125. But if you go, how many progeny per bull, still slightly edged here. So probably in breed 1, maybe a little bit more terminal genetics, maybe a little bit more delay. Puberty was a little bit delayed. So they kind of almost caught up, right? But what still edges them out is a little bit higher performance, right? We're still a little bit, we're 0.03 weight per day of age. Still edged them out on 205 weaning weight. So, we talk about DNA strategies. I kind of talked about this a little bit, but, repeat trends that are working, buy similar bulls that work in your current genetic environment. Use progeny from proven superior bulls based on your own data. And this is how we also, once you select an AI sire, you kind of want to figure out which calves are his so we can follow this through. Send individual bulls with superior progeny and high daily service capacity. Maybe send them out first. They're going to breed our data shows that they breed like crazy, some of them, for 30 days, and then they play out. Use bulls from use superior bulls on the high index herd to produce your own replacements. Use superior bulls to improve performance on the low index cows. Sometimes we don't know which bulls those are. We can identify different sires that are better suited to be maternal, produce weaning weight, versus some that are there to produce more carcass weight. And then always look at the bottom 10%. So when we get into semen testing herd bulls, I mean, it's some homework. I mean, you got to get all this compiled the day before, and we're actively looking at this as they come through the chute. And anything that's suspect, we do the exam. Everything's a little bit off, we'll draw them. If the numbers are good, everything checks out. We're just not doing it as much anymore. And with your semen testing, re-index the bulls prior to semen testing. Flag bulls intended to cull. Do a thorough physical exam and draw the suspect bulls. And as far as yearling goes, I mean, as an industry, we know that 97% of these young bulls are going to pass a semen test eventually. It just turns into almost like a paradigm shift where, as an industry, we all need to know what this represents, and that 97% of them are going to go on to have a good test, probably by the time you're turning bulls out, right? So I'm not saying don't do it. Do the exam, but do the semen testing when you're going to maximize your success, where you're 97%, as opposed to 75% success, right? And that's all I got.
That's a lot of bull stuff.
All right.
Yeah, as you can see, poor Whelan, he's looked at a lot of semen over there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I remember when I was actively practicing, it was like, you gotta test our bulls, there's a sale coming up. Like, the whole reason they would keep or ship a bull was based off the semen test. We're not here advocating you don't keep semen testing, but now you just have other tools, other ability, other information to learn from. Because if you know you've got bulls that aren't measuring up, with performance or mating enough cows consistently, I mean, why shouldn't they be culled just like if we're doing, a poor performance cow or an infertile cow or something like that? So it's really just a matter of you don't know what you don't know until you start collecting more of this information. So thanks, man. Excellent job. A lot of work to put all that together. Got time, we'll take a few questions if there's any input on anything. Yes?
Do you see anything like based on just yearling bulls, how many calves they sire versus the mature ones? Like, are they actually doing anything? Is it better for us to be buying yearling bulls or bulls under 2 or something like that?
That's a loaded question. It completely depends on the environment. Like that bull that was at top, he was a yearling. That 67 bull. So he sired 67 calves, and he had a bunch of 2-year-olds, some herd bulls, mature bulls in there. He was actually a yearling. But then we have other yearlings, right? They don't have the dominance or whatever to get out there and plant the seed, right? So I think this is going to teach you a lot about different types of bulls, and you're going to be like, well, these bulls obviously, I've been buying them for years. They're not going to perform well with herd bulls, right? Or you weigh them, they're lighter muscled bulls. You can make educated decisions about where you send them now. But as far as weaning weight, that's yearling bulls. The genetics are genetics. Yearling, weaning weight's about the same.
Yes, Gail.
Did you study turning out yearling bulls in pastures, just yearling bulls together and just 2-year-olds, and then a mixture of yearlings and 2-year-olds, and how that plays into it?
I have that data, and I haven't dug into that yet. The last one the last research that I showed you, where we did the heads up on the 2 different breeds, those were yearlings versus yearlings from different breeds, I guess, and similar sources. But yeah, I mean, I only had 3 days to put this together, and I can't wait to dig into it some more because we finally got it all in front of us. And it's really starting to change our minds and make us look at stuff differently, quite frankly.
Got a question in the back there?
Wayland, you talked about possible correlation between scrotum size and early estrus in the daughters.
Yeah.
What about bulls that fail the test, right? So looking for early onset puberty in bulls and then in their daughters as well. You know, do bulls that mature early produce daughters that mature early? Wondered if that
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been taught since, as veterinarians, since, Barth wrote the book in the 70s, right? The Bible of semen testing was that, increased scrotal circumference means that your daughters will come, and I can't disprove that yet, I don't have enough data. But we all, with semen testing, we do have lines of bulls, happens all the time. I can hear everybody tense up and hold their breath when he comes through the chute every year because he's got high performance and he never passes a semen test like those lines, right? So there is a genetic component to that of not passing a semen test. Just got to dig in and look at it a little bit more. As we all, as the DNA maybe gets more cost effective and it becomes more widespread, we're going to be able to really look at this stuff and draw some pretty cool conclusions.
Okay, Glenn, thanks very much, man. Appreciate it.
Can you hear me all right? Good. Yeah, well, thanks for having me here, and it's a real pleasure to see so many faces. I've been on enough Zoom calls in the last 2 years. It's nice to see actual live people, and even without masks. So I'm grateful to be here. I was just thinking that last talk there, I had, I think it was during BSC, I had 65 cull cows put together one time, and I threw them out on pasture. And I threw out a 3-legged bull that was lame, had foot rot or something, and he bred, out of 67 cows, he bred 65 of them that summer. So you never rule anything out. So my background, as you said, I'm from a ranch family west of Calgary, and I've been I spent most of my career in the cow-calf sector, and then I kind of got to the point where it was like, I was realizing in this industry that market risk is just an absolute killer that nobody's really addressing to its full capacity. And I think there's a need out there to talk more about it because, I'll go through it with you, but it's the risk we're enduring in cattle prices on a yearly basis is just unbelievable. So that's one of the things we struggle with as ranchers. And most of us, if you're ranching, you don't have time for marketing and marketing plans. And I'd argue, you have to be really thinking about it like a year in advance and strategizing it on a quarterly basis at least. And I would say a large percentage of the industry is still just making plans just ahead of sale. And then if you sell your calves one time a year, that means you got to do it right, and you only get one chance to do it right. And if you don't do it right, then you start having cash flow and debt issues. So I thought we'd just walk through a little bit what I see in the markets. This isn't a Canfax presentation, but it's just kind of some of the key highlights of the market that I see that are impactful right now. You see our cattle numbers are down 35% from the peak. We're back to like 1980s levels of beef cows here. And then in the U.S., it's the same situation. The cow inventory in the U.S. has just been dropping since the 80s. And if you look at the 10-year cattle cycle, those numbers are probably going to keep dropping again for another 3 years. And yet beef prices just keep climbing. They just keep crawling to higher and higher levels. They never seem to settle back. They just go sideways for a bit, and then they just keep roaring higher. So the big question is, why are cattle prices down and flat? And I'm getting a lot of this questions from people because they see the meat in the retail store, and they're wondering why we have less cattle, high beef prices, and yet our cattle prices are the pits. So the first reason is if you look at this chart, it may be hard to see with the colors, but the red is the cow herd numbers, and the orange is the cattle on feed and feedlots. So we're actually sitting with 10% more cattle in feedlots than we had at the peak in 2005 when we had the most cows. And so that's one of the factors that we're doing a tremendous job of feeding lots of cattle in this country with less and less cows. The second reason is that, especially of late, is that we've seen the packer margins start to creep up. You try and take the shake out of it?
Yeah.
If you look on the
Minimizing it for a quick second.
How do you want me to do that?
Oh.
Yeah. Left, you'll see that the packing industry was a break-even business at best. I mean, most years it was up or down $50 a head, $100 a head at most. And by about 2015, you started to see a lot of consolidation in the US. You saw some packers go down, and you saw some consolidation like with JBS and Swift and such, to the point where they got to the point where there's more cattle than packing capacity. And that's been to their advantage really since about 2015. Then you layer in some plant fires and you layer in some COVID on top of that. And you know, our packer margins got over $1,000 a head during COVID. And now they're like $600, $700, $800. And that chart on right shows where cattle prices would be if they had standard packer margins they had pre-COVID. And there's about $700 or $800 a head that's there in the packer's pocket that will eventually come back to us. If you look at the packer utilization in the States, there's 9% more cattle in the States right now than packing capacity to kill those cattle. But as you can see, over the next 3-4 years, that's going to alleviate. And that's where that leverage comes back to the feedlot and the cattle producer. So right now they're in the driver's seat. They got lots of cattle and they got lots of demand on the beef side. But that's going to shift back. There's 8,000 to 10,000 head a day capacity coming on stream in the next 5 years in the US. And that's going to start alleviating what, they had, during COVID, they had 1 million cattle backlogged. And then that got down, I think we're down to about 300,000 now. And Canada got rid of all of its backlog through its packing capacity. And that's why we saw so many cattle get imported into this country. So the reality in the cattle business here in Canada is that we've had a flat to sideways market. And you can see both the 8 weights and the 5 weights, we've just been treading sideways for 6 years. On those 8 weights, on the high side, you're at $2 a pound. On the low side, you're $1.60. And with the calves, on the high side, you're at $2.40 and low of $2. But even in that flat sideways market, that's a 25% volatility. And if you're selling your calves one time a year, that means your gross revenue is going up and down by 25%, which is huge. That's a quarter of your income is going up and down in these routine little gyrations. So all we're trying to do with risk management is make sure that we're getting out at the highs and trying to get in at the lows if we can. And this is a very typical thing for cattle markets. This chart goes back to the 1970s, and you can see that like in the 80s and 90s, there was a 25-year sideways trend where that thing never made new highs. So ranchers that were banking on price appreciation, a lot of them just, if that was your only game plan, you got washed out of the business. And I would say in the 80s and 90s, that was when feedlots got bigger and less of them, because the ones that knew how to hedge really started to grow during that period. And the ones that didn't know how to hedge disappeared. And you can see the volatility in that 80s and 90s period. It was 40 to 60%. It didn't seem like very much in a flat market, but it was. So we're in that sort of third highest range there now, and I would argue that we're going to break out into the higher range again, which is a higher level of volatility. There's going to be more violent price swings. Maybe not violent, but large. So this is why we hedge. I looked at the insurance, like the day the insurance opens in February till October, there was 8 years that the prices went up and 9 years that it went down. So those that are banking on, markets coming out to save you or be part of your business plan, the house always kind of wins here. So this is why you have to be a little more proactive in terms of how we hedge. And I put this in graphical form, and the orange line is basically the cumulative returns if we would have just locked in those years where we lost money. If you'd have just basically insured every year or hedged every year, you'd have had almost $1,300 more than those people that were unhedged. So it's the old Warren Buffett rule of never lose money. When we look at the management side, this is where it's relevant to HerdTrax. If there's about $200 a head that you can do in terms of adding value, I mean there's more, but this is just an example. There's $200 a head you can do through management, using HerdTrax, using the right bulls, doing all the things you can to get that 50 pounds more a weaning weight, or get 5% better weaning ratio, 5-cent premium on your calves because people know what their quality is. But the reality is that fluctuation in that market on calf prices is worth more than you're doing on the management side. And this is what I realized as a rancher, that is the most underappreciated thing in our industry right now, is that you can be doing everything right on the ranch, and that market moves against you and takes everything out. And so you really need to couple these things. And we need to make sure that we're still doing things right on the ranch, but coupling it with a marketing program. And so I think what I hear here on HerdTrax is exciting, what you can do with a program, and I've used it myself. But you have to couple it with some sort of a marketing and risk program. For those people that are sort of banking on calf prices being there, sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. So just to walk a little in depth into the market, there's certain things that happen every year that we can rely on. We know that calves are going to be born in the spring. We know they're going to be weaned in the fall. We know that they're going to go to grass in the summer. So these are all predictable things that I call seasonality, and it shows up in the pricing. Like 5-weight calf seasonality is pretty predictable. And it's the same with 8-weights too. So if you just play these cycles by hedging at those highs, and you can still deliver in the fall when most of the calves deliver, but just playing those cycles. And the 850 weight, it's got a different cycle than the 5-weights, but it's the same thing. You're just trying to buy at the lows and sell at the highs and deliver when it works best for your operation. Our calf prices and feeder prices in Canada are 75% based on the futures market. And so what this chart just demonstrates is that you can use US futures as a way to hedge cattle. All you have to do is layer in a Canadian dollar hedge on top of that, and you've got 90-95% coverage on your cattle. So whether you're using the insurance program, you can use the options and futures markets as well. This is just a demonstration of Canadian dollar. It does have an effect on our cattle, not always 1-to-1 or anything totally predictable, but there is an inverse relationship between dollar and cattle prices. Basis is a little more complicated, and my wife tells me just to keep it simple and say it's just a comparison. And that's what it is. We're just comparing US to Canadian prices. And there's a lot of interesting things in this basis chart. Like you can see how expensive Canadian cattle got in May. They were 20-25 cents over. And that was all because of those backlogs in the US, and because we had capacity up here, and there was a lot of cattle ended up coming north as a result of that. But when you see those basis levels like they were in May, that's a sell. That was a screaming sell opportunity. And then, of course, the drought hit, and you see the market collapsed into June, July. We got a bit of a rebound when there was a drought relief payment showed up. But then by the fall, we had the drought cows come to town, and you had Cargill going on strike, and then you had, right now we've got 19% more cattle on feed than last year. So we got a lot of cattle on feed numbers that's collapsed this. And now you look at this, and that to me looks like a buy opportunity. And when you look at basis levels that are 35 cents cheaper than the US, that's a buy. These are opportunities that we can take advantage of. Feed was a was one of the most effective hedges we had this year. For our clients, we were actually using corn hedges as ways to hedge our calf prices more so than cattle hedges, because this chart here shows the barley price in the bottom, and on the left is the calf prices. So if we'd have had $5 barley, you know, we'd be at $3 calves today, but obviously that's not the case. But it's so lockstep in terms of those calf prices relative to the barley price that you could just do corn hedges this year, and that was cheaper than doing a cattle hedge. You'd pay 6 or 7 cents for insurance hedge or whatever on cattle. Well, we could do corn hedges for 2 or 3 cents. So it's just another way of hedging. So I thought I'd just walk through just kind of a simple, this is a very basic example of a hedge, just so you can kind of see our methodology and how we sort of put these things together. We'll just do a simple like buy-sell program where you buy yearlings in May and sell in October. So as we demonstrated earlier with that seasonality, that's one of the first things you want to look at, is you want to try and identify where those low and high points are. And so, as we said earlier, we're going to try and do a forward buy in that March-April time period. And you can either do that on team, or you can do that on paper, or you can do that as a forward contract with a feedlot or something to get those cattle pre-bought for before delivery of the cattle. Then in May, June, when the grass starts, that's when you take the cattle. You're trying to price in that August, September highs period, and then we're trying to put the most amount of pounds on them, so we'd market in that October, November period. So did that work? Well, this is 2021 prices. And so if we applied that methodology, we'd have been forward buying in that March, April period. At the time that we take delivery, we'd put that LPIP on, and that dotted line is where the LPIP was when we put it on. And you can see there was a guaranteed profit there. So I don't know, I get people say that the insurance program doesn't pay and such, but I challenge you to show me a business in the world where you can lock your profits in like that. And then, of course, when it gets to that September highs, we're going to look to do something like a forward sale for fall delivery, and then deliver the cattle when the time comes. So it's just a basic example, but I want to do this so you can kind of see what the difference is in having a managed plan versus sort of just a one based on time. So I've taken the weight gains out of it on this, but there was a slight lift in the market for the traditional operator there, so they would have got $34 a head. But just because we're buying, selling, and even with the cost of the insurance built in there, there's almost 4 times better return with the organized plan. And then when I layer in the weight gains, you can kind of see more of the real picture of what happened in the summertime. So it may look like I'm cherry picking the highs and lows, but actually when you look at that seasonality, it's pretty predictable. You know, these things are pretty reliable that you may not get the exact highs and lows, but you'll be close enough. And on a down year, if that market would have fell 15%, the unhedged would have lost $240 a head, whereas the one with the hedge plan would have came ahead. So this is the advantage of taking a look at this, and it's something I think should be done every year and should, needs to have some time put into it. One of the more complicated parts of the process is knowing what cattle to own and when to sell and what cattle to sell and that type of thing. There's becoming sort of a buzz out there for buy, sell, or sell, buy, or whatever they call it, where you market some cattle and replace them with cattle that are going to be more profitable. And that's what this is it's a program that I've built where I take every weight class of cattle, every rate of gain for backgrounding, finishing, grassing, breeding, and I come out with this sort of dashboard of what's working and what's not. I don't know how you can see in the back or if you can see it, but it's a heat map, so whatever's darker green has got a little more profit per head. And right now, I mean, when I price in 9 1/4 barley into the finishing, it doesn't look too hot right now. I'm sure some feedlots have got some homegrown barley that's cheaper than that are making it work. But what is working is backgrounding, and what is working is going to grass right now. And that's because these calves are so cheap. Like they're 35 cents cheaper than they need to be, And the futures market's pricing in huge premiums out when you get out to the summer months in October. So these are things that you can lock in with futures today. And, you know, like those 5-weight heifers backgrounding for $300 a head. All you're doing is backgrounding 1.5 pounds, 2 pounds a day till May. So I think there's great opportunity right now, and these are things that you can take advantage of. Some of the tools we have are the price insurance. We have futures and options, forward contracting if you're in a profit situation. Retained ownership is basically just feeding through a market or to a market. And then natural hedges would be if you've got some corn or some grain or some hay or something that you know you can use against the cattle as a hedge. This chart just demonstrates the similarity of the profile between options and the insurance. They both work the same. When the market goes up, you still get to participate in all the upside. When the market goes down, as it does on the left side of the chart, your losses are capped. And this is the secret to what I feel is long-term survivability, is making sure you're not losing money in those down years, but still participating in the up years. So I wanted to close off a little bit with this futures chart. This is feeder futures, and this has got me quite excited because I do a lot of technical analysis as well as fundamental. And when you see that we've been in this downwards, sideways trough for as long as we have been, but we're now breaking out of that thing, this thing's going to go. And you look at that blue box, that's the futures prices today, what they're calling for the spring and the fall. So the futures market's already calling for a breakout in prices to a higher level. And I would argue that green box is a more likely target for, I don't know what the time period is, but shouldn't take long to do it, because once you get a significant breakout like that, it wants to go and test the limits. It's kind of like an unruly teenager. It wants to bounce off the far wall as soon as it gets broke out here. And you know, that green box is showing eight weights at $3 at the high end, and $2.50 on the low end. So this is a time where you're actually, maybe it's important to start looking, if you need to buy cattle, that you should be hedging the buy side of it as well as protecting the downside. So this market will probably eventually go up to that green box, but it's not going to be in a straight line. And you're always susceptible to things like plant shutdowns and strikes and whatever can happen that can make that market volatile. So we still do downside protection, but go long. And I'll close out with this chart. This is just a fun chart, but this is the stock market priced in pounds of beef. And so you can see the stock market priced against the price of beef is sitting at levels way higher than it ever was in the .com era. So there's lots and lots and lots of money floating out there. And that's why these cattle prices are where they're at, and beef prices, not cattle prices, but beef prices are at where they're at. So I think there's lots of room for beef to stay high or go higher. And I think as we start to take our share of that profit margin, I think we're up for some good times, but it all needs to be price protected. So Cows and Control is a company I have that just helps people strategize their feeding and their backgrounding and their hedging and their calf selling. We do a lot of analysis. We've even got a new program now where we help people do more in-depth business analysis, and we'll break apart your enterprises and do profit and loss analysis. If you go to my website, we've got a free monthly newsletter that you can sign up for, and kind of shows you what we do. And then our client program, we have a more in-depth one where we work one-on-one with you. So I think I'll leave it there, and if there's any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Well, that was excellent, Ryan, and positive, and a lot of good stuff there. So I hope what you're predicting is holding true there. Any questions for Ryan? Yes, Phil.
Thanks, Ryan. Great presentation. So if you're a contrarian and you held on to as many cows as you could in anticipation of, we and you're worried about another dry year next year,
Yeah.
is there a strategy to hedge that and offset that risk?
Cows are one of the toughest things to hedge. They really are. And the only way you can really hedge them is through their calves. You can hedge the dry cows a little bit with live cattle contracts, but at the end of the day, I would suggest that I think our industry sometimes does a little too much of owning too many cows and calves. Like, I really think a balanced operation has cows and calves and some mix of yearlings. So you sort of got a throttle and a gas pedal and a brake on your numbers. So I would argue, it may not be possible at this point, but I would say that to have a group, a percentage of your inventory in yearlings is a good strategy to hedge some of that. But as far as hedging the bred cow price, it's difficult, admittedly. So all you can really do is hedge the overall cattle market. And when you look at calf prices, like, they're generally like 60% of a bred cow price. I have a chart that shows that, but calf prices will follow the bred price or vice versa. So as long as you're sort of hedging calf prices, you're kind of hedging your cow herd too, but drought is a tough one. And if it looks like you're gonna have a drought, you're better off using the insurance program than futures and options, because that's all, the insurance isn't a local pricing versus US. But
Okay, well, Ryan, that was fantastic. Thank you very much again for
Thanks.
speaking. Okay, we're going to take a break, and a little bit shorter, 20 minutes. You guys don't mind? We'll grab a refreshment and something to snack on, and we'll see you back here in 20 minutes.
You okay? Yes? Okay. Perfect. So thank you for lasting through to the afternoon sessions. I know sometimes after lunch you get a little groggy and whatnot, so hopefully with the break you guys are ready to talk about the effects of moldy feed and mycotoxins on cattle and how those can affect health and performance and also reproduction in cattle. So just a basic introduction to what are mycotoxins, because if you don't know what that is from the start, you're not going to care to hear the rest of the talk. So I feel it's good to always start with the basics. So for those of you that are not familiar with mycotoxins, they are secondary fungal metabolites. So they're just some compounds that certain molds produce. To date, there are hundreds of them that have been identified, but we're doing a lot of research and always learning more and identifying new ones and just learning a lot. It's really an up-and-coming topic of interest. Although the negative effects on human and animal health have been reported since the Middle Ages, there's some reports that go back to biblical times. That have since then been tied back to mycotoxins and especially ergot alkaloids, which you guys might be familiar up here with ergotism. But although they've existed since the beginning of time, we really don't know a lot yet. We're learning more. And really the chemistry that's required to do the testing and identify them hasn't been around for very long. There's probably some people in the room that are older than the discovery of aflatoxins, which occurred in the early 1960s. So even though there have been reports of mycotoxins since many, many years ago, our understanding has really just come around recently. Mycotoxins have huge effects, economic side of things, whether it's from the testing. So like I mentioned, there's some chemistry involved to do screening of the feeds and identify the toxins are there. Once we know they're present, feed can be turned away at the grain elevators or at feed mills because certain thresholds are reached. So you might not realize it, but most governments have legal thresholds that they enforce for some different mycotoxins, and they vary country to country. Even what we see in the US, where I'm based, is different than what Canada enforces, and the EU is even stricter on some of the levels. But reportedly, it's estimated that the costs associated with mycotoxins exceed $1 billion annually just in the US alone. So that goes back to, again, the cost of the testing, turning away the feeds that are contaminated, and then the really difficult part is estimating or tying those costs to the negative effects that we see in livestock. So that number's probably an understatement. A lot of questions that I get with people that aren't familiar with mycotoxins are, how do I kill mycotoxins? Well, very basic understanding is there are molds. So in this instance, I have the Aspergillus type of mold. It's just one of the kinds of mycotoxin producing molds. They're living organisms that produce mycotoxins. So you might see them growing on your feet. It's kind of hard to see maybe in the picture, but there's some kind of green, almost fuzzy looking mold growth here. If you isolate that and look at it under the microscope, they look kind of like these funny trees with little pollen, kind of is how I would describe it, but those are just the fungal spores. And then the mycotoxins themselves, so those are produced by certain molds. Mycotoxins are not alive. They're not living like the molds are. They're actually stable compounds or chemicals, however you would want to describe them, that are produced by certain molds. A lot of the molds are able to produce various types of mycotoxins. So with Aspergillus species, we see aflatoxins, which is one category you guys might be familiar with because they are really strictly regulated by most governments. Ochratoxins, gliotoxins, citrinin, etc. The list goes on. So I just wanted to make that designation there between the molds that produce them and then the mycotoxins are the compounds. To follow up on that, we talk about the disease that can occur in response to either the molds or the mycotoxins. Both of them can cause issues. So different way of describing diseases that are caused by the fungus or the mold itself would be a mycosis. One you guys might be very well familiar with, unfortunately, is ringworm. Not related to mycotoxins, but it's a fungal disease. So that's the connection I wanted to make there. On the flip side of that, with the mycotoxins, so the diseases that occur because of the mycotoxins or those toxic compounds the molds produce are called mycotoxicoses. There's a wide variety of different effects that we'll see, both caused by the molds themselves or the mycotoxins, and I'll go through that in a few slides, but just want you to know that there's kind of different levels of disease that can occur, and even if you don't have mycotoxins present, the molds themselves can also cause issues. A lot of factors influence whether or not the molds can grow and survive and whether or not they produce mycotoxins. So just because you have a mold present doesn't mean that it's producing mycotoxins. A lot of these factors, unfortunately, are things that are beyond our control related to the weather. So the temperature, different temperature ranges influence different types of molds and where they can grow and survive, and also when they might produce mycotoxins. The humidity or moisture content is really important as well, as the molds need a certain amount of moisture available to survive and grow. We do see differences with different types of substrates. So for instance, with corn, we might see a different toxin profile and diseases versus what we might see in small grains. There is some overlap, but there are some differences there. A lot of other factors involved. Looking at agronomic practices, so these are things that we can control. There's data showing that crop rotation, tillage type or depth, planting and harvesting dates, all of those can also influence the disease with the mold and the production of mycotoxins. And the reason, why is that? So this graphic over here is the life cycle, which is pretty similar for a lot of these mycotoxin producing molds. But we would see, oh, did I lose my microphone? The light went off. Maybe my battery's dead. I know I'm not very loud, so I don't know if anyone in the back can hear me.
This one's not ours, but I might be able
Wow,
to get some.
what a tech day.
I'm sure they won't mind if I just mess around with their.
Probably needs new
We'll
batteries.
probably
It seems
find
like they
some, yeah.
always, they always seem to die. Okay, well, sorry about that. So anyhow, looking at the life cycle of the Gibberella ear rot or the Fusarium fungus, One of the reasons the agronomic practices play such a big role in mycotoxins is that these molds, their purpose in life is they live in the soil, and they're there to break down organic matter. So when we talk about tillage type, so a low-till, no-till situation might be linked to mycotoxins because you're basically leaving the perfect environment behind for that mold to grow and survive. And in the next year, when you plant seeds again the following year, you've basically left that inoculum or that fungus there to colonize that new plant. And so the cycle continues. Crop rotation, like I said, different types of crops might be affected by different types of fungi. So that's how you can maybe break the cycle by switching out, corn versus soy, mixing in small grains. Unfortunately, a lot of small grains are susceptible to the same toxins as corn. So there's limitations in what we can do, but there are a lot of factors that influence the mold growth and the mycotoxin production. And anything that stresses that plant is going to make it more susceptible. So I kind of think of it like us. If our immune system is run down, we're more likely to pick up another cold or infection. Talking about COVID, I think everybody's familiar with those kind of thoughts anymore. But definitely drought conditions or excess moisture can worsen mycotoxin issues, damage to the plant, whether that's from insects or wildlife or hail damage, really opens up that plant to potential colonization by molds and mycotoxin damage. And most people think of mycotoxins as a storage issue, but it's really, as you can see, most of these factors are also relevant prior to harvest. So concerns coming from both pre and post harvest, all the way up to the time that feed is in the feed bunk. Even then it can be, you can continue to have some challenges. So it's more than just a storage issue. So unfortunately, even if you do a great job putting up your silage or your high moisture corn, etc., you could still have mycotoxin issues coming in from the field. Just to kind of help show that, I don't know how well everyone can see in the back, but that's this red or the green dotted line is looking at the mold counts. So we have mold growing and increasing over the course of the growth cycle. Ideally, when you get into storage conditions, the moisture content for grain would be reduced versus what you have in the field, and that should help kill off those molds or prevent them, from continuing to produce toxins. To go along with that, you'll see the toxin levels, the red dotted line, increasing. And ideally, if you meet ideal storage conditions, so again, dropping the moisture content is one thing that can influence that, you'll have a reduction in the mold count, and the mycotoxin levels will kind of plateau. If conditions are right, so if you have suboptimal storage conditions, those molds can continue to grow, and then you can have additional mycotoxins coming in during storage. Get a lot of questions about mold inhibitors. If I treat this feed with a mold inhibitor, is that going to get rid of my mycotoxins? It can help, but unfortunately those toxins that came in from the field are there, and that's going to continue to exist. Those products like propionic acid that you might treat the feed with is not going to get rid of the mycotoxins that are already produced because they're very stable. It will help, however, the addition of any storage toxins that might occur. So you don't see those levels increase again, they stay consistent from where they came in at. So there are some benefits to those products, but it can't overcome what's already been there and is already in the feed. When we look at mycotoxins, there's really 6 main groups that we talk about. These are the best studied and most understood. There's a lot more beyond these categories, but these are kind of the big 6 families that we would look at. Typically, we describe them as either field or storage molds and mycotoxins. That has to do with where that mold grows and survives and where it produces the toxin. These are not clear black and white designations between the two. There's a lot of gray area there. So again, if storage conditions are correct and allow continued growth, these field molds might survive and produce toxins in storage. And again, because of those different climatic factors, especially the temperature and moisture requirements, some of these storage molds are actually associated with production in the field in warmer climates. So aflatoxins, for instance, in your part of the world, we would consider those to be storage issue, but in the southern, warmer parts of the United States, we actually see those coming from the field. That mold's growing and producing the toxins in the field. So although we categorize them this way, they're not clear designations. When we look at the molds, a challenge that goes along with the molds is that most of them are able to produce more than one type of toxin. So it's very common to find multiple kinds of toxins when you do have a mycotoxin issue, just because the Fusarium mold, for instance, that we associate with field production is able to produce trichothecenes, which would be a big family that we see if you're familiar with vomitoxin. I think most people have heard of vomitoxin at least. It would fit into this family, so does T2 toxin. Their ergot alkaloids are another category. I'm realizing now I never went through the 6 categories with you. But so the trichothecenes would be the big one that we talk about. It includes vomitoxin. We have ergot alkaloids, like I mentioned, that are associated with the field. Fumonazins and zearalenone are kind of our big 4 field-associated groups of molds and toxins. When we look at the storage, we have aflatoxins and ochratoxins that are really associated with storage. But in addition to the Fusarium mold that comes from the field and can produce multiple types of toxins, we also see the storage toxins have those same capabilities as well. There's a lot of information on this slide. Again, there's a lot of confusion that comes across in the field that I get questions from people that it's, hey, I see some mold growth on my haylage, or I see some mold growth in my corn silage bunker. I've got to have, that's an issue, right? There's mycotoxins. Not necessarily. So not all molds produce mycotoxins. There's actually a lot of molds that can grow in the feeds, but they don't produce the toxins. But like I mentioned, the molds themselves can also cause issues. So just because there may or may not be mycotoxins associated with the mold doesn't mean that it's not a concern. Additionally, the molds, like I mentioned, are living organisms, and they might have died off, but those toxins might remain. So just because you don't see mold growth in your feed doesn't mean that there isn't the potential for contamination. So it's kind of a double-edged sword along those lines. So just because there's not mold growth, that you don't see anything, doesn't mean there isn't contamination there. Sometimes it's not always that obvious as you get the big green-blue blobs of mold growth when you go to feed out some feed. That being said, mold counts are something that a lot of people like to do on feeds because they are cheaper than the mycotoxin testing. There's value in doing that, but it's not going to be a good predictor of if you have mycotoxins or not. Because like I said, the mold may be gone, and so you might not have any mold count, but the toxins could still be there. Or if you have molds that don't produce toxins that are there. So again, mold counts are good for other purposes. So molds and wild yeast. Wild yeast is kind of an up-and-coming topic as well that people look at for feed contaminants. Having that information in addition to a mycotoxin test can help you troubleshoot challenges on farm. The pathogens, so the molds and the yeast, are indicators of aerobic stability, so that can help you understand when you're feeding out those feeds how that's going to go. It can also help guide ration decisions, having all this information together. Just to follow up on that, so the molds and the yeast themselves, even if they don't produce mycotoxins, can still cause health and performance issues. In addition to reducing the nutrient content, so if that mold is growing and surviving in your feed, it's using up those nutrients that you thought were going to be here to feed to your cows. So we're really leaving less there for the cows to take and utilize and convert into milk or protein, unfortunately. Additionally, there's a lot of palatability issues that can occur with molds, again, independent of the presence of mycotoxins. So you might have negative effects on intakes if you feed moldy feed. So generally, best practice is if you see visibly moldy feed, you want to discard that and not feed it. Like I said, the molds themselves can cause health and performance challenges. They can impair rumen function. This can alter butter fat or milk components on the dairy side, and obviously on the beef side, we just aren't measuring it as closely as we do on the dairy side. The molds can cause abortions, and on the human health side, if you are handling moldy feed, you want to take care with that because you can get sick as well. So farmer's lung, some respiratory issues can occur if you're exposed to those mold spores. So it's not just a cattle concern, it can cause issues for you. A lot of people like to talk about that they have a certain color mold in their feed. That's a lot of questions that I get in the field when I meet with producers is like, hey, I have this blue-green mold, what does it mean? Although it's fun to talk about, I like to show the pictures. So penicillium's usually blue-green, aspergillus is more of a green-yellow, monascus is a silage-associated mold that's red. You'll get all colors of the rainbow. It's interesting, but it isn't a definitive answer, so it doesn't always correlate with what type of mycotoxins may or may not be there. Again, going back to all the things we always talked about. So they are tricky. You really need to do a mycotoxin analysis to identify what toxins might be there, since the colors don't always correlate to the molds, which don't always correlate to what toxins they might produce. Going into some effects on the animals, so historically people have said that ruminants are less susceptible to mycotoxins. Has anybody ever heard that little bit of information? So we hear that all the time. I don't have to worry about it because I have cattle, they have a rumen, they're going to take care of the mycotoxins in the feed, so it's not a concern. There is some truth to that. There is data showing that different rumen microbes, whether they're bacteria in the rumen or there's a lot of thoughts on the protozoa maybe contributing to this, that we do see a reduction in some of the different types of mycotoxins, but it's quite variable. You can see with DON or vomitoxin, it's anywhere from 15 to nearly 100% clearance that has been reported. So maybe some cows have really good clearing capacity and some cows might not, depending on what their rumen microbial population is. With zearalenone, it mimics estrogen and can really disrupt reproduction. We see a lot of issues on the dairy side, but also we're doing a lot of work with cow-calf producers in the States that are having repro issues, and we traced it back to high levels of zearalenone in the diets. The interesting thing with zearalenone, we see about 50% clearance by the rumen, but the rumen can actually convert it into a more toxic metabolite, so it actually makes the situation worse. So although the rumen can have some benefits, it is variable, and passage rate plays a big role in the clearance, as well as low rumen pH has been associated with having a reduced likelihood to clear those mycotoxins. So there's a lot of factors that feed into that potential protective feature that we have in the rumen. So this is my long way of saying that ruminants, although have some protection naturally, they're not fully protected in most situations. I won't go through all this. This is a lot of detail as to what the different types of mycotoxins do once they're in the animal. So trichothecene, so your vomitoxin, its mode of action is to inhibit protein synthesis. Proteins are really important if you think about your skin cells, your lining of your gastrointestinal tract, your immune system, they're all based on proteins. So when we have negative impact on protein synthesis, that can have a lot of different consequences. You can see several of the toxins have that same effect. Some of them, like I mentioned, zearalenone binds estrogen receptors and acts like a source of estrogen in the animal. So there's a lot of potential consequences when you have mycotoxins present. So depending on what you have, you might see different effects. Some general consequences tied back to mycotoxins can be digestive disorders. I think a lot of people associate that with mycotoxins because they're consuming them. It makes sense that they might have digestive upsets, diarrhea, for instance, feed refusal. Like I mentioned, those consequences can lead to decreased performance, whether that's your average daily gain. On the dairy side, milk yield can be impacted, or milk composition. There's a lot of potential downstream effects that go back to these basic modes of action. Ties to reproduction, immune function can be disrupted, so then your animals aren't as resilient to other pathogens, so they might be more susceptible to an E. coli bacterial scours situation, because their immune system isn't combating those pathogens the way that it should. A lot of the toxins are damaging to the liver, which is really important in cattle, in all species. Some of them cause neurologic disorders, and then aflatoxins are really regulated so strictly because they're known carcinogens or cancer-causing compounds. The outcomes that we see in the animal are highly variable. So most people want to say, okay, I've tested my feed, I see that there's a certain level of vomitoxin. in the feed. At this level, what does that mean? How will that translate to the outcomes in the farm? And I wish I could give you clear-cut thresholds that said at 2 ppm, you're going to see diarrhea, reduced intakes, immune suppression, so you're going to see increased incidence of disease, XYZ, all of these effects. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. The outcomes in the animal are really dependent on multiple factors, so that it's a complex interaction of factors related to the animal itself. So like I said, we think of ruminants as being less susceptible, which to some degree is true. Swine are highly susceptible to most of the toxins and typically have worse outcomes and are affected by lower levels than ruminants. We see differences with younger animals typically being more susceptible. Production stage is important. So on the dairy cow side, we talk a lot about transition cows, and around calving, that those cows are more susceptible to mycotoxins in their diet because of all the other changes that they're experiencing. So that would be similar on the cow-calf side, that mama cow is experiencing all these other changes, so she's going to be more likely to be impacted by mycotoxins. Factors related to the environment, so heat stress is a big one that we see that can kind of push cattle over the edge. When you have a heat stress situation in addition to mycotoxins, they might respond at a lower level of contamination than what you might see during cooler months. Hygiene on farm is really important. The nutritional status of the animals is really important. Various management factors like overcrowding. Again, most of my experience is on the dairy side. I don't talk to beef producers a lot, but so overcrowding is a big concern on the dairy side. If you have too many cows in the pen, then that can kind of push them over the edge as well as factors related to the mycotoxins themselves. So the duration of exposure influences how those animals respond. The type of toxin, like I mentioned, they all have different modes of action. So depending on what toxin you might have different outcomes in the animals. The level of contamination is really important as well. So all of these things interact together and influence how those animals respond. And one thing that I mentioned early on is that a lot of those molds are able to produce more than one type of toxin. We know that when there's multiple kinds of toxins, a lot of those act together and have synergistic or at least additive effects. So usually we see a worse outcome when you have multiple toxins present versus if you had just a single toxin that was present in the feed. I know they handed out some handouts. You have a similar document as this one that goes over mycotoxicoses in beef cattle. You could change this and have dairy cattle. It's really, the outcomes are the same. It's just what are we looking at and focused on. So on the dairy side, a lot of times we look at milk production parameters and udder health, and those are things that we're measuring day in and day out, and that's where we're going to notice that there's issues going on. On the beef side, definitely the gastrointestinal effects, reduced feed intake, feed refusal, diarrhea are some of the things. Spit out cud boluses is something that's really interesting on the dairy side. Depending if your animals are in confinement or not, you might not notice that on the beef side, but that has been tied to mycotoxins. Again, on the cow-calf side, a lot of reproductive effects, and it's not just the females that are negatively affected, males are affected too. So going back to the presentation earlier with breeding soundness exams, the males are also unfortunately impacted by mycotoxins as well. A lot of other common complications, so translating into poor growth, poor average daily gain, poor weaning weights, death in extreme situations can occur. So there's a lot of potential outcomes that can be tied back to mycotoxins in the diet. When we talk about something like diarrhea, that's really nonspecific. So there's a lot of potential causes for diarrhea. So usually we work with the veterinarian and the nutritionist and try to rule out the potential causes and identify what is really the source. Mycotoxins are something you could add to your checklist of things to look at, but it's not a definitive cause of the diarrhea. Really important, like I said, the only way that we know mycotoxins are there are if we sample and screen feeds for them. The challenge with mycotoxins, going back to the mold, whether or not you see visible mold question that I talked about earlier, is that looking at the feed isn't going to give us answers. So a challenge with sampling is also that mycotoxins, especially in storage, would tend to occur in hot spots. So depending on how you pull your sample from your bunker of corn silage, if you pull 2 handfuls off the face of the bunker and submit that for analysis, that's not going to be a good representation of the feed, right? So really trying to do the best job to pull a representative sample. Just because something looks good, like all of these corn samples look like nice, clean corn, but we can see we do have contamination and some pretty high levels of DON even. So if it looks healthy, that's great, but it's not a guarantee that it's clean. Obviously, if it looks weird, it looks off, there's odd, misshapen, discolored kernels, lightweight kernels, those are more likely to be contaminated and might catch your attention as something you don't want to feed. But just because it looks good, unfortunately, isn't going to say that there's no mycotoxins present. A little bit about pulling samples and storing samples. Typically, I recommend if you're going to pull a higher moisture sample, like a TMR or corn silage, for instance, you would want to refrigerate or freeze those samples before you send them to the lab. It's not required for dry samples, and you definitely don't want to freeze samples if you're going to do the mold and wild yeast counts, because that will screw up your test. So don't freeze them if you're doing mold and wild yeast, but if it's just mycotoxin tests, you can freeze those samples. Don't ship the samples late in the week. That way they're not sitting somewhere in transit over the weekend. There is the potential for additional mycotoxins or mold and yeast to grow in transit, and that can really skew your results. So really just a couple best practices when it comes to sampling and analysis. Most of the labs that you would work with or submitting samples to are going to be looking at these reference testing methods. They're really high sensitivity, low detection limits. The challenge with those is they're time consuming and expensive. So the turnaround times aren't always the greatest for those types of tests. Lateral flow and ELISA kits are also available for on-site testing. So a lot of your feed mills that you would be purchasing grains from are probably doing some sort of screening as they're accepting feeds, but that is variable, mill to mill. So there are different testing methods available. So we have mycotoxins. What are we going to do about it? We've tested the feed and identified there's an issue. How are we going to handle that? So like I mentioned, obviously visibly moldy feed, or if you know there's something, you might want to discard it. Not always possible, but ideally visibly moldy feed you want to get rid of. You can dilute out maybe, your high moisture corn is really highly contaminated. Can you, feed less of that to help reduce overall contamination? Can you reformulate the diet and maybe bring some other ingredient in to help limit the contamination coming from those highly contaminated ingredients? Again, those aren't always options depending on your feed inventory and what you have available to you. So although there are no products that are legally sold as mycotoxin control products in the US or Canada, there are products on the market that are positioned for such purposes, even though they're not registered as such with FDA or CFIA. A lot of people probably heard of binders. So those are going to be trying to bind up those mycotoxins and preventing them from having toxic effects in the animals. So they pass out the back end of the cow. There are limitations to these types of products. This inverted pyramid, which is also on one of the handouts, shows you that at the top, aflatoxins typically can be really well controlled through binding. As you move down the triangle, you get down to DON or vomitoxin, and it's really not well controlled through binding no matter what kind of product you have. It has typically they have limited efficacy. So to handle the toxins at the bottom of the triangle, so your fumonazins, zearalenone, and trichothecenes, there's other options out there, including biotransformation or actually degrading or deactivating those toxins. In addition, there's products that have bioprotection or basically supportive type features, helping with immune function, gut health, liver support. A lot of those key terms are thrown around with different feed additives, and those can provide some supportive benefits to the animals if you want to feed a product, if you're not able to maybe do these other options based on your feed inventory or cost. Sometimes it is cheaper to choose an in-feed option than it is to maybe rule out a feed. Or if you have a contract, you've contracted to buy distiller's grains or corn gluten feed for X period of time, you're kind of stuck with that feed. Sometimes these other in-feed options are something that you might want to consider. In summary, mycotoxin can happen in the field or in storage, so there's a lot of points along the process until that feed is in the feed bunk and fed to those cows that you can have contamination. There are challenges when it comes to sampling and analysis due to the uneven distribution of mycotoxins and molds, and a mold count is not going to be a good predictor of the mycotoxin level typically. Mycotoxins can cause a wide range of effects, and it's important to keep in mind that the molds themselves can cause issues too. A lot of times these are non-specific signs, so it's difficult to pinpoint the exact cause, but monitoring feed can really help identify that challenge and your mitigation approach. And I really recommend consulting your veterinarian, your nutritionist, trying to troubleshoot these issues if you have some, performance or health concerns or reproductive concerns on farm that you've ruled out a lot of other things. Maybe mycotoxins are something that could be there that you would want to look at. When it comes to mitigation, different management practices, adjusting the diet, discarding those contaminated feeds, or looking at some in-feed solutions, really trying to get something that's research proven, has known safety testing and efficacy testing done on it, and also provides broad spectrum control. So a combination of binding, biotransformation, and those supportive features to help support the animal in face of the challenge. I think I went really long, Troy. I wasn't watching the clock. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you to Troy for the invitation to come and visit with you guys. My contact information is here. My counterpart, Dr. Erin Schwant, is a beef nutritionist by training. So she's a good resource as well within the company. If you ever have questions that we don't get to today, or you run along into an issue down the road, please do feel free to reach out to us, and we're always happy to try to help. So thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a method to my madness, because as we get more involved in the nutritional side of things, and we've worked with some great nutritional people over the years, it's this mycotoxin thing. I mean, it's just one of those things, you don't see it. I mean, we've all had moldy feed, and we always go with the adage, solution to pollution is dilution, right? So you chop it up, you put it in a mixer wagon, things like that. But some of these subclinical things are, as we try to troubleshoot, we get the data, and we have lower fertility, we have lower performance, we have maybe a higher treatment rate. Some of those things might very well be related to that. So I think it's something we need to be aware of. Just a quick question before I take it to the group. When you say it's a fast test, like how quick is fast? Like if you think you have it?
So the rapid test options, most of those you can get results in 15 to 30 minutes depending on the kit. The downside, which I kind of glazed over, some of the downsides or the positives to the different testing, just in the interest of time, is a lot of those quick tests are only validated on your commodities, so like your grain, your corn, wheat, etc. You could do the quick test on, but a complex matrix like a TMR or even a corn silage aren't really reliable with the quick tests, unfortunately.
Is there any questions for Dr. Dodd? Yes, Gordon.
What would the cost be of a standard sample, and do you have any issues accepting Canadian samples coming across the border?
Good question. So he wanted to know the cost for standard analysis and if there's issues getting across the border into the U.S. I'll address the first one or the second question first. Usually with our Canadian customers, we send those to ACT Labs, which is in Ontario, Canada, and do the mycotoxin testing there because there can be some issues with customs. Usually we have a special import permit that we would have people use to send samples across the border just to limit the likelihood of them getting stuck in customs, because that does happen. But there are labs on both sides of the border that you could look at using. When it comes to the testing and the cost, that really depends. It varies tremendously. A lot of the labs for like a single, if you want to test for just one toxin, so say I want to screen for vomitoxin because I'm seeing feed refusal and diarrhea, and I think maybe this is the line I'd want to go. Usually for a single toxin, it's $40 to $60. Some of the labs will use ELISA kits, which are considered a quicker test. But again, going back to depending on the type of sample that you're testing, you might not want to use an ELISA test. You might want to use the LCMS or HPLC. And most of those for a single toxin, again, you're also looking in the $60 to $75 range. The panels that you can get, most of the labs give a lot of options, so you can select a few or do a whole panel up to like 15 or 20 toxins. Those samples will run like $350 to $400 for a panel of toxins. But a lot of companies, like the one that I work for and people that we compete with in the field, offer complimentary testing to customers. So if you ever think you might have a mycotoxin issue, I would talk to your veterinarian and nutritionist, and they might know a company that would be willing to sponsor that testing for you, so you don't have to pay for it out of pocket, because it does get quite pricey. Would be my advice, is to see if you can find someone to pay for it for you.
Any other questions for Dr. Gott? Well, Paige, thank you so much for coming all the way up here into balmy Alberta.
It was nice. There wasn't as much snow as I thought there might be.
Yeah, well, it was warmer a few days ago. It's not too nice today, but anyways, thank you very much.
Yes. No, thank you.
Okay, we're going to make a quick switch and move on to the next one.
Can you guys all hear me okay? Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some pretty amazing technology and how it's going to change your industry. And then I'll have a discussion at the end, and we'll talk about what I showed you. These discussions have lasted easily 2 hours before, so we're going to compress it into 30 minutes. And I have a few questions before we begin. You guys have all heard of the car company Tesla, right? You guys have all heard of Tesla. 10 years ago, they laughed at Tesla. They said it would never take off. They said that Tesla was a crazy idea. They launched these electric cars, and today Tesla isn't just the world's most valuable car company, they're the most valuable car company, bigger than all the other car companies combined in less than a decade. In 10 years, they radically changed the industry. But they're not just building cars. Tesla is really building robots. Their cars can see, their cars can drive, and they can drive better than a human can. If cars can drive better than humans can, they can do things like taxi service or shipping. Computer vision is moving forward very, very quickly, and it's about to radically change your industry. Before I dive into it, can I just see a quick show of hands? Who here has less than 200 animals? Can I just see very quickly? Who's got a herd size less than 200? Very few of you. Who's between 200 and 500? Okay. And who here's more than 500? Okay. Interesting, interesting. And one more question. How many people here have great internet at their ranch or their location? Or do they have poor internet? Who's got great internet? Who's got poor internet? Can I see the other show of hands? That's what I thought. Okay. That has been a challenge for dealing with technology at the ranch. You guys have got poor internet, so it's hard to deploy technology. That, of course, is changing very quickly with people like TELUS and Starlink providing broadband at massive scales to the ranches. And that changes everything. That changes everything. I'm going to show you why. So our company, One Cup, stands for managing your herd over a cup of coffee or a cup of joe in the morning. And the idea is that we created an artificial intelligence named Betsy for bovine expert tracking and surveillance. Betsy, and Betsy does what you do with your own eyes. She can see like you see. And her eyes are these things. Cameras. Inexpensive, cheap cameras deployed everywhere. And Betsy is a very advanced computer program. She looks like this. And she lives in a box like this. And this little box can run 16 cameras. And with it, she can see everything that your animals do. Not just cattle, swine, horses, sheep, even your dogs. And your people too, if you want. Well, we won't go there yet. What I do want to show you is how Betsy actually sees and how she does face identification. That's what I'm here to talk about. So very quickly, One Cup is a company. We're a dozen people in Vancouver. We're a startup. We've raised over $1 million, and we just hired another 10 people because we're growing quickly. We have 20 beta sites across Western Canada, and we're activating customers as we speak. Each customer, if you're curious, gets 5 cameras, Wi-Fi gear, and a way to run their system. The problem with the ranching industry in general is it's hard to get people. It's hard to get good people that want to work the tough job of being a rancher. That's why they hire 55,000 people as temporary people every year in this industry in Canada. More importantly, half of the ranches out there that are small have to work part-time jobs or full-time jobs to make ends meet. So no one's watching the animals full-time. There's a huge number of people out there that need help in managing their animals. That's what we can do. Our solution is Betsy. She's scalable. She uses only computer vision, no hardware. She never touches an animal, and she can watch what the animal does all day long. This is what Betsy looks like from a hardware configuration. So Betsy consists of 3 things. She's an intelligence called Betsy, an artificial intelligence named Betsy. She has a series of cameras that are her eyes, and these cameras talk to Betsy using Wi-Fi gear. We provide to our customers a turnkey solution: the Wi-Fi gear, the cameras, and Betsy. You just plug and play, usually up and running within 1 to 2 hours. Once she's deployed, she begins to learn who your cattle are and begins to watch what they do and track what happens when they're doing things. This, my friends, is what Betsy actually sees. This here is the foundation of what is arguably the most advanced AI in the world. And I don't mean the other AI, I mean artificial intelligence. And what Betsy sees is a whole bunch of things at the same time. She sees bounding boxes that define an animal. She sees the limbs of that animal. She does face ID and reads the drop tag on the animal, places key points on the animal, and also computes angles and classifies the animal's activity. She does this, if she wants, on every frame of video she's watching on every camera. It's a revolutionary idea. By doing this, she can track a whole bunch of things about what the animals do. So this is what our customers see. They see cameras. They look like this one. You can bring up a camera. This is from, as of a few seconds ago, of one of our beta sites, and you see these cameras running, pulling in video feeds. When the video feeds have come in, our customers can then play these videos. I'll click on this one, and actually watch the video to see what we have uploaded in the cloud. I'm sorry, I have poor internet here. It's always like this. I think I might have lost my internet connection. This was working, I swear, like 2 minutes ago. I'll come back to that in a sec. And once we have the videos playing and we've processed the videos, we begin running them through Betsy's pipeline. Here's the examples. So this is live off the cloud, and we generate, each camera we pull in, pulls in these videos, we process them and make them into 1-hour videos for processing by Betsy. As I sit here talking to you, as I speak, we are currently processing 22,000 videos per day. We expect to be at about 60 to 80,000 by the end of January. So we process a huge number of videos in the cloud or at the edge. Once we have those videos, we then do things like this with them. I'll click on one of these, it doesn't matter which one. And what it'll show is here we can actually watch Betsy begin dissecting the animals as she tracks them. So what she's doing here is she's cutting the animal up, identifying the animal from the background, and cutting the animal up into pieces. She sees the hooves, the tail, the knees, the head, and so forth, and the udders and the teats. When she does this, she begins processing it and to do further analysis. And because it's computer vision, it's very inexpensive to do this. You see, when we build a program like a website or something on a mobile phone, you program that. When you build an artificial intelligence to do what I just showed you, we don't program her that. We teach her to do that. So we teach Betsy to do a whole bunch of different things. We teach her to see this. We teach her to cut an animal up from the background. We teach her to see the dots and these boxes. We teach her to read the drop tag, and we teach her to read the face, the tail, and the side. And then she classifies everything she sees. This here is actually Betsy's pipeline. This is what she looks like under the covers. She isn't one artificial intelligence. She's at least 25 per species. We do cattle, horses, sheep, bison, elk, goats, swine, llama, camels, dogs, and others. These layers that she's built into first draw these boxes that you just saw. That's these green things here. She places those dots. Those are those pink things here. She then does the identification of the drop tag and the face and others. And then she does what you guys mostly care about, which is what can she actually see? Well, in the case of calving, she can see the symptoms of contractions and time the contractions happening as they occur. She can see when the animal is being delivered, when the calf is being delivered, if it's in breech or not. And once the calf is born, she can track when it begins suckling to see if the animal is getting its colostrum in the first 6 hours. We're expanding her and working with a number of agencies and schools to do a bunch more than that. For example, we're working with the Canadian Angus Association to track phenotypes on purebred animals. We're working with a US company to do, for example, dogs. We're working with other agencies to track and verify, including Lakeland College and Old College, about all the things that you see here and much, much more. Because it's just vision, it's nothing for us to deploy and add one more function to Betsy. But I was asked to talk about Face ID, and that's what I'm going to show you here first today. This here is Face ID for animals. Every animal in the world, even black bears, salmon, and we think even chickens, have unique features that give them away. Just like you can tell who I am, and I can tell who you are, we can do the same thing with animals, even black Angus. That red spot that you see it's called an activation map. And Betsy learned all by herself what makes this part of this cow unique to all its colleagues. She's saying that this space between the eyes, that hair pattern is unique to that cow, and that gives that animal away. And she can tell who the animal is, and when she knows who it is, she can track it, even when it turns away and walks away, just like a car. And I'm going to play this video and watch how she can lock on. Something else that you can't quite see up here is the confidence score. She also not only knows who the animal is, she knows how right or wrong she is. And she's able to remove predictions that she knows are of poor quality. So she's a way of QCing or quality controlling her work. So watch this. Here's the animal walking around, and Betsy's IDing it continuously every frame of video, even from the side. And you can see that she's locking onto the same part of the face over and over again to tell who it is. We think we can ID animals quite easily at about roughly 30 meters given the right camera and the right lighting, and with zoomable cameras quite a bit farther. Betsy is IDing the animal by how it looks. Pretty cool, right? Revolutionary. So we asked Betsy, because Betsy is sort of a very advanced program, exactly, Betsy, how are you identifying these animals? Like, explain this to us. So we took a bunch of red Angus pictures, and we asked Betsy to show us what makes each animal unique, because we were curious. We knew she was right, but we didn't know how she was right. This is one of the things about AI. You don't always know how it gets its answer. So on the top left, you can see that Betsy looked at the top of the animal, and you can see here on the unchanged image that this animal's got a unique cowlick that gives it away. And on the top right, it's something on the nose bridge gives it away. In the lower left, it's another one of the cowlicks or some version of the cowlick. And here on the lower right, again, it looks like it's the cowlick. It works. She gets nearly 100% accuracy on this herd. We've tested her over and over again. It's pretty amazing. Here's Black Angus, the hardest use case. In Black Angus, Betsy's gets a similar amount of accuracy score, but her confidence is a little bit lower. So she's not as sure as she is on Red Angus. Nonetheless, this is pretty amazing when you look at this, and I'll explain it. Betsy here is looking at two different parts of the face to tell who the Black Angus is, a bit on the right-hand side where the cowlick is and the nose bridge. In the lower right, she uses a big part of the head to get the unique ID. In the lower left, in the top right, she's actually using two distinct parts of the animal to ID it. She uses the head, the cowlick, and also the nose. And in the lower right, this is actually really remarkable. She's actually learned, all by herself, to look behind the ears of another animal to ID the one behind it. Face ID for animals. We can do the same thing for the side of the animal. We can do the same thing for the tail of the animal. They're all unique. The same is true for fish, by the way, for salmon with the spots, with whales and their tails, with birds like eagles and finches. We can tell all the animals apart uniquely. If you're curious how we do this, we take the ID of the animal and we convert it into a series of numbers. They're called features. And we have 512 numbers that uniquely identify different parts of the face. In humans, you can do it with 80. With cattle, we went a little bit higher, we went 512. Now, it's just a number, it's a series of numbers, but what it defines is, imagine you have basically a grid. Let's take a 2D piece of paper. And I've got an X coordinate and a Y coordinate, and I draw some dots on that paper. The dots, if it's the same ID, are grouped together. Then there's some space around it. Then somewhere else on the piece of paper, you draw some more dots. And that's another ID. And they create what is called an embedding, or a zone in hyperspace, or on a piece of paper, that shows what makes that animal unique, given its features. And an AI learns how to do this. They do it for humans, they do it for signatures, we're doing it for animals. Face ID for animals. Once we have the Face ID, well, things get really interesting. Then we do lots of really fun things. And we can do this in every frame of video. And I reiterate, we can also turn around and do it, track the animal once we see it. But the obvious question is why don't you just use the drop tag? Why not just use the ear tag? And the answer is we can. In fact, here's that same animal, and here we're reading the ear tag. Now, we use the ear tag as truth to tell who the animal is. So this animal is 223D, and we use this to say, that face is 223D. And what Betsy does, as she sees the drop tag and she sees the face, she reads the drop tag, gets a confidence score. She reads the face, gets a confidence score. And if both confidences are high, let's say north of 95%, she then compares the two. And she sees, do they match? Do they match? Now, what happens, of course, as you all know, cows grow. They get dirty. They get fair. Sometimes you shave them. And when you do that, that changes the appearance of the cow, and Betsy gets confused. She knows it doesn't match anymore. So what does she do? She takes 100 images from her most recent footage, and she retrains. She learns the ID of the animal again. And she does that roughly right now, every 1 to 2 weeks. She can learn your entire herd ID, and relearn it in anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes in the cloud today. When she learns your ID system again, she then adopts the new ID system and uses that to identify your animals. So she's adaptive. How am I doing on time?
Good.
Okay. So let me put this all together for you. This is the abridged version, but this is what a human sees. Okay? This is what a human sees. A human sees this. Now, when you guys see this, you are not doing this 24/7. You get bored, you text, you fall asleep. You can't watch the animals all day long. But Betsy can. So here's what a human sees. Here, Betsy cuts the animal up into pieces. These are called bounding boxes. And she also tracks the animal. Oh, by the way, we've also added this too. in some of our videos now, we're placing information about the animal on top of the animal in video. So you don't need to go look it up separately. Once we track the animal, we then look at the drop tag, which you see here. We also track here, this is a very interesting idea. We track the limbs of the animal, and we do that to assign ownership to a knee and a hoof. So we see the hoof that is broken or malformed or limping. We know who it belongs to. So we call that limb tracking. And we place these points on the animal and compute angles. Here you can see us computing the angle. We track the spine, the joints, the ears, the tail. And in doing so, we can even track how often an animal flicks its ears, for example, or swishes its tail. Okay? The obvious question is, does it work at the herd level? You guys all have quite large herds. And the answer is yes, it does. Here's that same video with more technology this time. I'm going to play this. We were actually showed this off over the summer. Here's Betsy Vision running now at scale. We dissect many animals simultaneously. As we dissect them, we then run Face ID on animals simultaneously at the same time. We can ID the entire herd. When we ID it, again, we have the confidence score. Once we know the ID of the animal, once that turns green, we've got it. If that animal turns away, even if it's partially obscured or an animal walks in front of it, if we have a lock on it, we know who it is. We know who it is. We track the animal once we lock onto it. We do limb ID at scale. Here we're doing a bunch of limb tracking. Again, that's just a tree. Here we then track follow the IDs. Again, we filter out the ones that are poor reads. And then we also do limb tracking or key point tracking here across many animals at once. If we can do one, we can do n. And then, of course, we then compute the angles. And with all this information, we then track and do all the classifications like the activity of the animal. Is it drinking or eating? Is it standing or sitting, sleeping? How long does it eat for? How long does it drink for? Is it having contractions? Is it delivering a calf? Is it suckling? We track all these things and put them into a giant database. Right now, the amount of data that we collect is enormous. If you actually do the math, and we turn it to the max settings, one camera, and I don't mean to scare you, will generate 200 million points of data over the course of a month, running on every frame of video. Do we need to run on every frame of video? No, but we have the power to do so. We then take that data and put it into a giant database. And what we want to do with that information is we can provide an interface to it on a phone, which I can show you, or in the desktop. And if HerdTrax is interested, we would love to pump that data into other third-party programs. It's not our goal to replace your internal software systems at all. We want to use our technology to feed data into those systems if we can. We follow an open data, open science approach. We will share our data with everybody. And so if HerdTrax and other companies want to work with us, we will happily feed data into their systems within reason as much as they want. And we won't even charge them that much for it. It's actually very cost-effective to do this. And we're not just doing this for cattle. Here's horses. Key points for horses. We're doing it for sheep. We're doing it for swine, for pigs. We're also doing it, we can do pigs in a number of different scenarios. Even this is a very good example of how advanced this tech really is. Let's just stop it here. Just look at this. If I may say, these pigs are obscured by the bars. We can still see them easily and look at them and tell what they're doing. So we do pigs. We're also doing elk, and we're doing bison. We have beta sites for all of these species right now. We have cameras right now out there taking data in for these animals. We also recently announced that we're doing dogs. So we can do companion animals as well. We'll do cats soon after. We haven't done hamsters yet or gerbils, but you know, the year is young. And we take that information, and I'll just play this. This is what you experience. As a user, we don't expect you to process 200 million points of data. That's insane per camera. We put it into an interface like this one. So we compress the data into an easy-to-use interface that's not only reactive and tracks all the information, but it's also proactive. So if we see a problem that requires your attention, we'll text you or we'll mail you. And give us enough time, we'll have Betsy even phone you. So this is one cup. We think computer vision will revolutionize the ranching industry. There's a few more things I want to finish with to show you why that is, just to really drive this point home. The interface is this. You get a herd view, you get a digital individual view, you can watch the animals. This is what you experience as a user. And when you sign up with us, this is what you actually will see. Okay? We have individual views and we have herd level views. So a good use case, for example, is when was the last time I saw a cow 223D? We can show you where we saw her last. We can also show you who's been missing. Who have we not seen in 5 days? We can show that to you as well. If you're missing your animals, we can help you tell you when we saw them. Okay? So this is the user experience on our side. What I would like to share with you now is this. That's Betsy's vision. So Betsy can do a whole bunch of different things. And not everything is done yet. We're still working on some of these things, and we're still rolling them out at scale, but we can obviously ID the animals. Our first target market is the calving cam to identify pre, post, and delivery. We think we can tell when lameness is occurring in the animal. There's several ways to do it now. We can see suckling and colostrum uptake. We can track when the animals are feeding and for how long and how active they are to see if they're burning calories unnecessarily or pacing at night. We've seen that as well. We think we can see estrus and time and track mating. And of course, we can track growth. And we think given enough time, we might even be able to do weight, a ballpark weight. We can also build shipping manifests with our mobile app. So when animals are offloaded and so forth, we can track and create a shipping manifest as a PDF. Betsy platform is actually quite advanced. She consists of the ID that you've seen. We do growth, health, phenotypes, activity, and nutrition. We do all of this with computer vision. All of it. What you just saw is the interface. This is what it looks like. There's a web interface and a mobile interface. But the question is, and I want to address this, is why now? Why can we do this now, and wasn't it not done 5 years ago? The fact is, it wasn't possible 2 years ago. This box only came out last June, like a year ago June. This box allows us to do computing at the edge. It's called an IoT device, and it does 21 trillion operations per second. We can get these and use these to control our cameras in the field. These cameras, like computers, are doubling in power every year. This camera here is almost as good as an iPhone. This thing costs $100, maybe $120. These cameras run at 4 or 8K resolutions. They have their own artificial intelligence built into them to see cars and people. And they have color night vision. And they're also pan, tilt, and zoom. There's a few floating around the room. And when we deploy these cameras, you can also control them. So using a mobile app, you can control the pan, tilt, or zoom and actually look around your ranch. We don't mind. And then at some point, just put it back where the cows are, and we're off to the races. You can also use this to watch your team members if you like, and it'll notify you if there's unauthorized people at your ranch. It's an added bonus for free. Cameras, very powerful, very cheap. The third one, which is most important, and I do apologize if TELUS is in the room, is Starlink. How am I doing for time? 2 minutes? Is basically bringing broadband to the rural locations around the world. It's basically a 10x improvement in what most people have today because we've been tracking this for not much difference in price. They're launching 60 satellites every 3 weeks. The latest generation of satellites are equal to 4 of the previous generation. They're launching at least 12,000 satellites, another 30,000 on top of that. These rockets are launching 60 per every 3 weeks today. When the new ones come out, it'll be 400. The satellites have fiber optics in space. They are creating a fiber optic network in space. That is so cool. And in doing so, the world will be covered in broadband, which means we can upload video from anywhere in the world, from here to the Antarctica to the middle of the Indian Ocean, and process it in the cloud cheaply. The cost of doing this is crazy cheap. We're running an early adopter program today, and if you commit to the early adopter program, it's basically $295 setup and $95 a month for up to 1,000 animals. We include the cameras, we include the Wi-Fi gear, and we include the computing power to do it. It's pennies per head. And it will do everything that we show you here as we turn it on. It's not all done yet as we turn it on. Today we have 20 beta sites and over 100 customers ready to sign up. We're taking this worldwide. And if you guys want to work with us over the next year to get this going and try it out at your ranch, please get in touch. There's an early adopter form going around, and there's also a pamphlet as well. I think I'm at time. Are there any questions before we wrap?
We should call it, instead of Betsy, we should call it Gail.
Gail?
Yes, you got a question at the back, John?
Okay, if I got this camera in my car, could China anybody just go on there and watch?
No, the cameras have a password protected, and they have a unique ID. Nobody can just go in and watch. Now, if you give the password, sorry? Can I watch your camera? Well, yes, I can if I really wanted to. We have 8 million videos in the cloud right now. We don't have time to watch the cameras. We have the computers do it. But yes, in theory, we could watch the cameras because we have to process the incoming feed. Perhaps I'll find a way to prevent that, but for the early adopter program, yes, we can see the cameras. If you're doing something that you don't want the cameras to see, we would suggest unplugging the camera, or you can shut them off using your remote phone. What you do in your time is your business. But that's
that was appropriate for the guy that asked the question. Any other questions?
Can you tell what bull breeds what cow and when?
Can we tell what bull breeds what cow and when? We think the answer is yes, if we can see them. We actually had 2 cameras up at Lakeland College this summer. They were solar cams running on cell service, and we generated many, many hours of footage to track exactly that. And we just hired a student to go through it and help us verify what Betsy sees. But the answer, we believe, is yes. Yes.
What's the geographic range for your system?
Excellent question. What is the range of our system? Our Wi-Fi gear that we deploy to you guys goes about 200 meters in a radius, and we give you 3 pieces. So you can set up 3 pieces that run in 200-meter blocks, but they have to overlap somewhat. Now, there's a caveat with that. If you're hilly, it goes less far. If you have a lot of metal buildings, they cause havoc. If you have a lot of trees, it's not as good. But we can easily go on one device, 200 meters, and we give you a head end that goes into your router and 2 edge devices as repeaters. And we pre-program everything. You basically get it, you plug it in, you turn the cameras on, and it just turns on. It's actually, yeah, we did that because it's actually cheaper that way than trying to do all the tech support over the phone. That's exactly why we did that. There was another question over here.
Go ahead, John.
Maybe I'll pull Troy into this. It looks interesting, but, you know, with the range and stuff, for the vets and the court, where this could, I see this as really helping is in a pen of cattle and already sick.
Yes. So we have, that's one of the use cases that has come up a lot, is can we actually see the sick animals? We think we can. And the way that we can see it is they stop drinking and they stop eating. And they're lethargic. So if we see that, we let you know right away, because the way that it works is your herd will have a standard distribution of how they act. It's those edge cases, those outliers, that need your help. So we identify when they are outside the distribution and let you see the ones that we think are showing abnormal behavior. So yes, can we see the health? Yes, we can. We think in that regard, by looking at who's abnormal versus who's not.
What do you think, Troy? Oh, hey, I'm just ready to start signing a bunch of you guys up on the pilot program. I mean, remember, every disruptive new thing comes, you know, with a gateway step into things, and you know, I think what Jeffrey's shown us, this isn't. I mean, obviously, there's got to be some more testing and things like that, but you know, there's definitely reason to kind of take a new step and try it out, I think. So that's Jeffrey and I have been trying to meet for a while, and he's met with a few of the clients and stuff already, and so yeah, we'll for sure be in discussions and keep everyone in the loop there. So I think we'll take two more questions. Doug?
How does Betsy like winter?
That's an excellent question. How does Betsy like winter? She doesn't seem to mind it. We had cameras last year running in the middle of winter, and they all survived, and they did really good, so that wasn't a problem. So Betsy likes winter just fine, but she needs to be able to see the animal. So if it's very foggy, then it doesn't work. If the lens gets dirty, it doesn't work. And if the cow eats the camera, which has happened way too often, it definitely does not work. But the cameras we have work really fine with one caveat. Our solar cameras run off lithium-ion batteries, so they must always have a trickle charge. The cameras survived, but we know if they freeze solid, the camera's battery needs to be replaced. Beyond that, there's been no problems with the cameras whatsoever. They've handled the rain, they've handled the cold and the heat without any issues.
Yes.
I just have a question on the equestrian side of things. What's your accuracy levels on detecting polyp and radius?
I don't know yet. Right now we're a dozen people, and I just hired another 10 more, all computer vision engineers. We are getting calls all over the world for Betsy, from here to Australia. And we actually had a racetrack call us to find out if they can make the horses go faster. And we have not advanced Betsy as far on the horses as we'd like to, but if you want to work with us on that, we'd love to work with you to see what we can do with that. I go back to it. We don't program Betsy, we train her. So if there's a way that you want her to see something, show us what you mean, and we can help her see that.
Okay, one more question, I think. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just curious about the capabilities of Betsy, like today, what can it actually do today?
Betsy today, she can do all the things that you just saw, the dots and the boxes. And she can see the contractions. We're testing it right now. We can see the cholesterol being taken because we can track the mouth on the teat. And we can do the ID. We can also classify the activity of the animal to a certain degree of accuracy. And in the case of dogs, for example, we can identify the breed with 90% accuracy. We can do the drop tags quite well and the face ID. We are still testing the tail ID and the side ID. And we are testing some other technology, which I can't talk about just yet. But the classifications at the end that you saw, with the animal drinking and eating, those are actually quite easy to do. All the heavy lifting is actually in the first 4 layers. That last little bit, that's a simple classifier, is actually quite trivial in most cases. So we'll be turning them on over the next quarter. But our first goal is to deal with the calving market. People have asked to use the cameras to see the calving, and we're turning on the calving pipeline probably early February. That's the goal today.
Okay, Jeffrey, thank you so much. Are you going to be around for a little bit?
Yes, and thank you for having me, everyone.
Yeah, thanks very much. Anyways, well, it's my privilege to introduce our last speaker of today. It's the first time I've been able to meet him. Mr. Chris Harris from TELUS Agriculture. I met on Zoom meetings and stuff through different conversations, so it's nice to meet him face to face. Part of the reason I wanted to make him come here, actually. Anyways, Chris is the VP of Global Strategy and Animal Health
Right on. Thanks, Troy. Thanks for having me. It is not lost on me that it's been a long day and we put the telecom guy last. So we'll try and be bright, be brief, and get you out of here. So I'm going to assume everyone knows who TELUS is. Yeah? Anyone here that doesn't know who TELUS is? All right. Well, I'll jump through a couple of slides that hopefully you can see at some point here. All right, so most of you probably know who TELUS is. I mean, I think when you kind of think about us, we're a large telecom company. We do about $15.5 billion in revenue, spin off a good amount of EBITDA. I think one of the interesting things about us, though, is a lot of people think of us as a Canadian telecom company. We're not. We're global in nature. So TELUS has about 80,000 employees, and they're all around the world. A large part of that is in our TELUS International business. Another part of that is actually part of what we're doing within the agriculture space. So what I want to talk about a little bit today is why are we focused on agriculture? What are we trying to accomplish? And then maybe give some insights in terms of how we think HerdTrax fits, how Feedlot Health fits, and other companies that we've acquired over time. So who's TELUS? Well, we're a consumer business, so we talk about that. We've got mobile phones, we've got internet services, we do television services, we also do B2B within Canada. And I think where we start to differentiate ourselves is when we get into TELUS International. So TELUS International is a business that we started back in 2003. That business is really oriented around customer experience for different companies around the world. It started predominantly as a call center outsourcing business, and it's moved into digital customer transformation. So if you kind of think about the types of customers that we support there, it's going to be groups like Facebook, Uber, Google is one of our larger customers, and TELUS is also a customer. That's our largest employee count. That's about 55,000 people. We just IPO'd that business in February of this year, and that was the largest technology IPO that's ever happened on the TSX. The other place where we start to differentiate is TELUS Health. So TELUS Health is a business that we started in about 2008, and that business is very much oriented around digitizing the primary care ecosystem within healthcare. So if you kind of think about the experience from a healthcare standpoint, where you used to walk into the doctor's office and you'd walk up to the counter and you'd talk to the receptionist, and they'd go behind and they'd pull that manila folder with all of your records on it. They'd take it to the examination room, drop it in. Doctor would come in and see you. She'd scribble down some notes, maybe write a prescription. That was like the 2008 experience. What we really focused on there is digitizing that. So really trying to create electronic medical records that consumers can take from location to location in terms of if they want to go to a different clinician. We've also oriented around doing e-prescribe and things like that, but digitizing that ecosystem. And when we think about what we're trying to do in agriculture, that's a lot of the premise in terms of the approach that we've taken within agriculture, trying to digitize that. And that really sort of set the standard for where we wanted to go within agriculture. So, consumer business, moved internationally, moved into healthcare, and agriculture is that next line of business for TELUS that we're really focused on. So what's the appeal? Well, it's pretty straightforward for us. It's really this opportunity to diversify. So in Canada, we've got a federal government that campaigns on reducing cell phone bills for people, which has some challenges if you're a cell phone provider. We like to spend our time, energy, and effort on things that we think make a difference. So agriculture, we believe, makes a difference. In terms of our investments, we differentiate ourselves a little bit, I'd say, from some of our competitors that have spent time focused on buying sports teams or media properties or things like that. And we want to really spend our time and effort and energy on those things that have a difference, and ag is one. And then finally, we really believe that what we're doing in agriculture leverages our experience that we have from a TELUS Health standpoint. So when we started looking at agriculture, we started to take a step back and say, why would we want to work in this space as a telecom company? And what we really oriented around was this notion of challenges with the food supply. So this study, I don't know if you guys have seen this study, it's produced in 2008 by the UN, saying that global population is going to increase by 30% by 2050. As a result of that, we need to create 70% more food to feed the world. That study has been sort of debunked a little bit since that point in time, but when we looked at it, the need to produce more food we felt could be technology driven. The second is, and this is very much an urban view, I would say, of which I'm probably a little bit of a part of, you've got this changing regulation in consumer demand. So consumers become more interested in where their food's coming from. And the second part of that is we've seen federal governments and governments around the world start to implement regulation within the food system. So this whole notion of one step forward, one step backward, traceability within the food supply chain. Canada in 2019 introduced the Safe Food for Canadians Act, which started to dictate that. Europe is probably a little bit farther ahead with respect to food traceability requirements. But when you think about that, those are all data problems. They're all data problems in terms of digitizing activities that take place in production and what happens within the value chain. Yeah, no problem. And then the last part of that, I think, is really just the notion of consumer interest in terms of where their food comes from. So that would be sort of the third piece that's really driven some of our interests. We look at that and say, okay, that's data, and data that needs to be managed within the food supply chain. I'll give it a second here. So what's our approach been? I think it actually starts with connectivity. So Jeffrey, he did make some disparaging remarks about TELUS, which is fine. I actually think rural connectivity is a big challenge in Canada that we need to focus on. And things like Starlink will be part of how we get there, to be quite honest. It's not going to be one solution. Starts with connectivity. The second is this notion of digitizing activities that take place. So when Jeffrey showed what One Cup is doing, that is digitization. Yes, it's computer vision, but it's digitization of information. And when you start to digitize information within agricultural practices, you have the opportunity to apply technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning to improve those activities. So we're very much oriented around simple things like digitization. I would say when we got into this, we started thinking about like row crop and production from that standpoint. So simple things like, what's my crop rotation? What's my field rotation? What am I going to plant? What are my input costs? What's my projected yield? What do I think I'll sell for? But being able to have that information and then optimize it over time. And then finally, for us, one of the things that we're very interested in within agriculture is starting to take that digitized information and exchange it within the value chain. So it doesn't sit just within the silo at point of production or elsewhere, but we really want to be able to start to share that back and forth with the producer's permission to create value throughout there. So it could be on the consumer side in terms of understanding where their food came from, could be on the producer side in terms of production practices that would garner more dollars in terms of revenue based on what that looks like. So and this is starting to get into how we're thinking about agriculture at TELUS, I think when we started, and this would be me in part, as well as others, we probably romanticized the notion of like drones and robots on farms. And then, telecom people, we were excited about that. We sort of took a step back. And as we did, we started to look at it and say, okay, well, there's not really a business in that, but there is an ecosystem or a value chain within agriculture that we wanted to participate in. So there's really 3 areas that TELUS Agriculture is focused on supporting within the technologies and solutions that we have. The first is agribusiness. And from an agribusiness standpoint, we have technology, software, and solutions that are supporting input manufacturers, ag retail. I would extend that to banking and insurance companies, but really anyone that's supplying inputs to a producer. The second is on the farm and ranch side. So actually production solutions. So it could be the things that we do with Decisive from a precision agronomy or precision agriculture standpoint. Could be the work that the feedlot health team does within feedlots from a production standpoint. So idea there is to have software, tools, and technology to try and improve production practices to make producers more economic and more efficient. And then we really want to try and tie that in downstream. So this is probably the place where I think we get most excited from a TELUS Agriculture standpoint is linked downstream to grocers, food service, retail opportunities, consumer packaged goods companies. When we started in this business, when we talked to them, some of the things that they were interested in is traceability, food safety, the provenance around it, quality, how food was produced from a sustainability standpoint. And that's kind of been the orientation that we've had within TELUS Agriculture, is trying to create data sets within each of those different silos to be able to link them together over time. So what we do in terms of the services that we offer, analytics and insights in terms of simple things like even marketing on the input on the retail side, IoT devices and applications, production management software. Like just give you a really simple example, 80% of the acres in California are covered by TELUS software in terms of compliance and what's actually put on those acres. Through to sales and marketing, logistics, so we do things in terms of supporting supply chain in Australia, cold chain monitoring and whatnot for companies like Kohl's, which is a grocer down there, and finally down into this notion of supply chain traceability and sustainability reporting. So, what's the journey that we've been on? Within each of those verticals, what we've tried to do is create an anchor capability that allows us to build off of. So when we think about what we're doing in the animal health space, feedlot health was our anchor capability. HerdTrax is a natural fit, moving from cow-calf into feedlot operations. But these are the acquisitions that we've done over the past 2 years within TELUS Agriculture. So today we're about 1,700 employees. We work all around the world. We have revenue in about 20 countries, predominantly in the US and Canada. We do about, when we release this publicly, it's about 400 million in revenue in this space for us. But we've been on a journey in terms of having started with Farm at Hand, which is a Canadian-based company. TKXS is Raleigh, North Carolina-based. We also augment the things that we're doing in terms of trying to acquire technology with filling in with investments from a venture standpoint. Hummingbird Technologies is a ventures investment. Another one is Nano Things, which is these really cool sort of cold chain tags that we're using in Australia. AgroWeb is a very significant individual animal and herd management software and pasture management software that exists in Australia. And further through to our last 2 acquisitions, which have been HerdTrax and Blacksmith. But you can see that we're starting to put together, and I hate to use the analogy because it gets used all the time, that whole notion of being able to collect data sets and manage them from farm to fork, if you will, or we would say producer to consumer, because we'll work in things like textiles with cotton in terms of the software and the things that we do today. And just to give you an idea of some of our customers, obviously in agribusiness, we work with a lot of the larger input manufacturers in ag retail, food, beverage, and consumer goods. If you were to look at the large brands across the world, if you were to look at the top 20, we support about 15 of them. And then on the animal health side, we've got a whole raft of customers that we are supporting there as well. So that's it. I was trying to be really quick, and hopefully that wasn't too quick. I know it's at the end of a long day. But within agriculture and TELUS, we're trying to start to make the investments. And I'd say we're about a third of the way through our journey. And maybe the second part of this is when we do things like acquire companies like HerdTrax, it's because we really like the technology that they've started with, and we want to invest more in it. So that could be like tying in capabilities like One Cup, like you saw earlier today. But we're going to continue to put capital and investment into this to create better software, to create better outcomes for you as producers. So I'll leave it there.
Thanks very much. So, Chris, thanks very much. I mean, as we go down this, and when we were just a question or a comment of when I released notice that we were joining with TELUS and we're being acquired by TELUS. I mean, there's a bit of a fear of corporate agriculture or big companies coming in and right or wrong, I mean, there's just that angst that goes with kind of those announcements. I've tried to, relay that that's obviously not going to be the case. That the focus is strictly on, trying to utilize all the resources and the digitization and the capabilities that TELUS has to actually achieve what we haven't been able to achieve for multiple years. But would you have a comment or be able to elaborate on corporate, the fear of corporate takeover in agriculture and how it's more here to assist and aid versus push the little guys out?
Well, we're in the business to make money. So I'll start there because I think that's sort of obvious. But yeah, look, at the end of the day, the way we work at TELUS is we're very open in terms of the ecosystems that we build, right? So we want to do whatever is best for the customer at the end of the day, which in this case is people in the room here. And I'll give you an example. We have a TV service and consumer, so I talked about our consumer business. If you sort of think about what's competing with that consumer TV business, it's things like Netflix and Amazon Prime and others that are kind of going around the linear service that we provide. Well, we enable that at TELUS. We put that on our platforms to try and be able to create a better outcome for our customers. Same thing in agriculture. Like I kind of stand here as a telecom guy. I'm not naive enough to expect that we're going to have every bit of technology and every bit of capability that's going to exist. And if there's things like One Cup, which you saw earlier, which makes sense, and I actually think they're onto something there, it's pretty cool in terms of the direction they're going. If we can plug it into what we're building, happily do that, right? The intent would not be to shut down smaller companies at all. So I don't know if that answers the question. But.
No, it certainly does. I mean, that's what I've tried to relay as well when we're here to and I use the phrase business better than usual is, is an added value versus, just trying to take over things. So, is there any questions for Chris or any comments? Yes, Doug.
Yeah, I see you're getting involved right across the value chain, so you can share data throughout the chain from retail to the acquisitions that you've done. What about the packer, the processor? That's the most important data we can get for increasing the value of our production.
Where's Key Jim when I need him, eh? Yeah, he better answer that question. Yeah, that's a problem, right? Like, I think if you kind of look at that space, they have so much control in the market today that breaking in there will be challenging. I do think that smaller packers and processors are probably the place where we'll need to start with Intellis. Like if you kind of think about value-added attributes on beef cattle production, like you're not going to get those through a Cargill or JBS. As an example, I think you got to go to a smaller producer or packer, whether it's like a Harmony or Capel in Saskatchewan or something like that. So that's kind of our thought there, is that we're not going to get in there immediately, but we're going to try and surround it with capabilities. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Not quite.
I think, Doug, it's code for maybe Telus should build a packing plant.
We've had that discussion. Yeah. I'm not sure that's on brand for Telus, but we'll think about it.
Well, look at all those circles you got there. What's wrong with the packer?
Yeah, I know. It's legit. It's a conversation on what we can do there. So.
Any other questions for Chris? Yes, Doug.
Well, I have an observation that, this room, we are the many selling to the few. You say you're out for your customer. Well, your bigger customers are going to have much more adept at taking advantage of this. So I don't see this as a panacea for us. I see it as a challenge, as just a struggle to keep up.
Do you mean a struggle to keep up in what respect? Sorry, just so I understand your point.
Technology enables production advantages of all kinds. But if we think we can take advantage of it on our ranch, what can Loblaws do?
Yeah, if they're vertically integrated, they'll take full advantage of it, right? But I think if you think about who's in this room here, if we can create technology solutions that you can use to be more efficient and create data attributes that you can use upstream, that's what we would intend to do. Now, does that have a multiplying effect for a group like Loblaws or Maple Leaf or someone like that? Yeah, probably. But I don't think that would say you'd want to not try and do technology within this space.
Oh, I think we have to.
Yeah.
But it's I don't believe it's going to give us any advantage.
Yes.
Yeah, the real question is, who pays for the data? So you've got all the primary producers that are price takers at the market. And how do they, you're profit orientated.
Yeah.
How, by your activities, how are they, primary producers that are in here, how do they monetize this? This is their data. Okay.
Yeah, so I would start with yes. Like it's your data, and we actually treat it like a health record, right? So by way of example, if you're using, HerdTrax, it's still your data. We're not pulling anything out of there. We're not changing anything. Should you choose to share it in a way that allows you to monetize it? Yeah, that's what we're trying to do, is trying to link the whole value chain from start to finish. That if you have, for example, one of the approaches that we kind of look at is this notion of brand back, right? So you've got brands that are looking for particular attributes within how food is produced, right? So it's easy. In Europe, we work a lot with Unilever as an example, right? So they're looking for food that's produced that doesn't include glyphosate. So we've got a list of 40,000 different producers that are on our systems through Muddy Boots, and we can triangulate, okay, what was applied to that crop? Was glyphosate used, as an example? So now they have a link back to Unilever. So you as a producer, what we want to be able to do is say if brand back, they're interested in something and you have it and you can make more money by selling it through that data set, then that's what we want to enable.
Yes, Dave, go ahead.
Just a follow-up. So most of the guys in this room are not in favor of supply management. But you're in the telecom industry.
Yep.
So telecoms and banking in Canada are basically supply management, right? Like it's not a free and open market.
No, it's a highly regulated market.
Yeah.
I think to the disdain of probably some of the consumers.
Well, but there are the prices that you alluded to. What do you think of the is the Shaw-Rogers merger going to go if you were a betting man, or what's your view of that?
You're drawing me into a conversation I don't want to participate in.
I've got a lot of questions, but Troy told me I could only ask 10.
Yeah, you can grab me after. I'll try and answer a bunch of them. Look, I think in Canada, we have an interesting regulatory framework around telecom, right? So you've got this dichotomy, and I don't think a lot of us talk about it. So in Canada, we pay some of the highest rates in the world for spectrum. So spectrum is the airwaves that mobile services are produced on. So, you've got a government regulatory body that's trying to create competition. They've put rules in place that have unintended consequences, right? So a good example of that is we have people within the mobile business that have access to spectrum at a lower rate that aren't using it, right? So you want to talk about connectivity in rural communities? I think that's a great conversation. How much spectrum out there isn't being used by companies that have acquired it that don't plan to deploy it? So you've got the supply management issue. You've also got this issue with respect to how we've structured it within Canada to be able to manage that. So with respect to Shaw and Rogers, I would say, and TELUS, we'd say yeah, sure, bring on the competition. We'd welcome it if it's better for the consumer over time. But I don't think that gets to the structural challenges that we have in terms of how we use telecom airwaves within Canada, which is a challenge. It's a challenge for everyone in the room. Like that Starlink slide, I think is a great one, right? We've got a ton of rural communities out here that you need to make investment in. You have to actually make the investment to connect them with fiber, connect them with 5G, and satellite's going to be another component of it. Not everyone's doing that today. When we started our fiber builds with TELUS, we started in rural communities. So we would call them sort of tier 3 and tier 2, but that's where we went because that was the best place to try out the technology and get it in place over time. I don't see every other company doing that. So if Shaw and Rogers are going to merge, I really hope that they start to do that and don't just focus on the urban markets, would be my perspective on that.
Okay, I think that's a good way to end it. Chris, thank you so much for your time. And are you going to be around for a little bit? There's a little...
I will happily be around, sure.
Yeah. Okay, everyone, that's going to be a wrap. I just want to tell you how much I appreciate you all making the effort to come out in person today. It would have been pretty easy to stay home and wait for the link to watch it virtually and stuff. But as I've always alluded, that the value of these things is, this is the medium is we put a bunch of talks and information together, but it's really watching you guys mingle with amongst each other and bouncing ideas off each other and sharing friendship and fellowship. Anyways, it's been fantastic. It's been a tough, challenging 2 years, but I've never been more excited about moving forward and some of the things that we've shown today. I just think it's really exciting, and I know you're all still passionate and keen on it. So, anyways, have a great break over Christmas. Merry Christmas to you all, and we'll hopefully stick around a little bit here, you guys, and so we can all visit with you if we haven't talked to you yet. So, thanks very much for coming out, and we'll talk to you guys again soon.
Yeah, I was getting anything.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Gosh, I've been ripping on that girl about this thing. That's been flickering all day.
That's all right.
And
That's
it's
all right.
coming from that machine.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the HDMI cable that's connecting that.
No,
eh?
we changed the cable. If you look on the screen, everything's fine. It's the projector
Oh.
that's, I think it gets too hot.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you.